Hello, and welcome to Sleepy Science. Tonight, we'll dim the room and wander 30 quiet frontiers where perception, memory, and time trade soft signals. You'll watch an eye invent what it can't quite see, and a clock's first seconds stretch like warm taffy. Feel choices forming just before you claim them, and notice how focus narrows a tunnel while the world politely slips away. We'll step into moments when familiar rooms look staged, when mirrors return you a heartbeat late, and when a scent arrives with no source but a story. Then trace how expectation edits color, stitches gaps, and lets a handful of dots become a face you'd swear you know. We'll rest with days that feel short but grow long in memory, meet voices that speak without intent, and hear two sounds land together yet fall apart in your mind. We'll sit beside memories that rewrite on recall, decisions you can't tell from imaginings, and numbers that seem to follow you only because attention did first. We'll feel time as a river while physics refuses a current. Watch randomness lean toward mood and breathe through the strange mercy of distance when reality thins. We'll learn how small rituals return presence, how a body's signals tune the sense of mine, and how gentle mismatches can make rubber feel like skin. We'll follow eyelids that slice the world into frames, a crowd into the same sweet error, and a single brain that builds a useful world instead of a literal one. And through it all, a calm companion, your attention, will practice noticing, not to judge, but to test, to play, and to begin. The brain fills in blind spots. You literally don't see everything. Imagine discovering that the most trustworthy window you have on the world contains a built-in hole, and yet you glide through your day as if the picture were complete, because your brain paints the missing piece without telling you. This is the hook in the curtain. Your attention rarely finds the quiet place where anatomy ends and imagination begins. Start with the body. At the back of each eye, the optic nerve gathers the signals of millions of photoreceptors and exits the retina through a round doorway that contains no light-sensing cells at all. That doorway is your physiological blind spot, an area of visual space where the retina simply cannot measure reality. Under normal circumstances, you never notice it, because two tricks are working in your favor. First, your eyes overlap. The region that is invisible to one eye is visible to the other, so binocular vision covers the gap. Second, and more quietly, your brain interpolates. It takes the color, texture, and edges surrounding the hole and continues them inward, much like a restorer touching up a damaged painting until the tear disappears into the image. You can prove it to yourself in less than a minute. Print or draw two symbols, a small cross and a dot, spaced a few centimeters apart. Close your left eye, fix your gaze on the cross with your right eye, and slowly move the page forward and back. At a certain distance, the dot vanishes. The moment it does, the paper doesn't show a black emptiness. It shows nothing special at all, just blank background or the texture that was already there, as if the dot had never existed. That ordinary smoothness is not a measurement. It's a best guess rendered as certainty. What makes this filling in more than a curiosity is how deep in the pipeline it occurs, and how confidently your mind accepts the patch as real. Early visual. Areas prefer continuous surfaces and simple extensions of edges. So when data are missing, they extend lines across gaps, continue textures, and average colors in a way that maintains a believable scene. If a blue sky surrounds the blind region, the whole is painted blue. If a picket fence runs near it, the fence rails may be carried through. Neural populations that detect contours and surfaces are wired to prefer continuity over rupture, because in the natural world, most objects don't change color or shape abruptly at a random tiny patch of space. Your visual system leans on that prior. It is statistically safer, over the long run, to assume smoothness than to advertise a small void. It's efficient too. Transmitting every pixel of the world is impossible. Compressing the scene into predictable patterns saves energy and speeds up recognition. You experience this efficiency as stability, and stability feels like truth. But the cost of that efficiency is an illusion of completeness. The brain would rather be confidently approximate than anxiously exact, and your sense of seeing everything is the pleasant side effect of that bargain. Notice how this plays out in daily life. You don't scan the environment like a microscope. You glance, and the world feels fully present. When you read, you are not aware that only a narrow zone of your fovea carries fine detail, while the rest is roughly sketched. When you walk, you don't sense a seam where the optic nerve sits. You sense a continuous floor, unbroken walls, and a reliable horizon. Artists and designers rely on your tendency to complete what's missing. A logo can hint at a shape and your mind supplies the rest. A camouflage pattern disrupts the edges of an object, and your completion routine misidentifies it as background. Even technology borrows the trick. Image in-painting algorithms in photo editors extend textures across unwanted objects using surrounding information, the same strategy your cortex uses in your blind spot. Magicians, too, exploit your wiring. They guide your gaze near the hole, then let your brain smooth the scene so that the important move happens in the space you don't interrogate. Efficiency, attention, and expectation partner to keep the picture clean, but they also leave you vulnerable to errors that feel like facts. There's a deeper lesson here about knowledge and humility that doesn't require math to feel true. You are not wired to prefer empty spaces in your understanding. You are wired to complete patterns so your behavior can stay fluid. That makes evolutionary sense. Hesitation can be costly when crossing a path or catching a ball, but mentally, the habit of filling in can slip from helpful to misleading. You know what someone meant without asking. You recall a detail of a scene that no one photographed. You see a consistent world where the measurements are actually sparse. None of this is a moral failure. It is the normal operation of a brain optimized for usefulness over total accuracy. Recognizing the blind spot doesn't make you cynical about perception. It makes you careful. You learn to ask better questions. What am I assuming between the edges? What did I not measure but decided to believe? Which parts of this scene are crisp because I looked, and which parts are smooth because my brain prefers smoothness? You can train that care with a few simple habits. First, practice the blind spot demonstration until you can make and unmake the missing dot at will. It teaches your attention what the patch feels like. Second, when detail matters, driving, checking a label, evaluating a photo, move your eyes deliberately. Shifting your gaze brings true resolution to places where your mind would otherwise paint. Third, use cross-checks from other senses and tools. Touch the cable you think you see, zoom the image, change the lighting, ask someone else to look. You're not challenging reality. You're widening the measurement around the gap so the completion has less room to guess. Finally, notice the confidence you feel before you verify. Confidence rises from the smoothness of the picture, not from its truth. When the picture is pleasingly complete, add one extra question. When the picture is jagged or uncertain, don't panic. Your brain dislikes rough edges, but sometimes the edge is where the learning is. None of this diminishes the wonder of seeing. In a way, it deepens it. You are living with a masterpiece of compression that keeps you steady in a chaotic world. The blind spot is not a failure of design, but a reminder of how much your brain does to shield you from fragmentation. Knowing it's there doesn't drain the color from your experience. It adds a layer of respect for the quiet repairs that make your days feel whole, and it gives you a tool for wiser looking. When something important rides on what you think you see, an instruction, a step, a promise, choose measurement over imagination, or at least be honest about where imagination begins. Tonight, if you try the disappearing dot again, notice how quickly the world heals around the hole, how gently the paper returns to itself, how the mind prefers wholeness, and then carry that gentleness into the rest of your seeing, not as suspicion, but as a calm invitation to verify what matters and to forgive the places where the picture must be completed to keep you moving forward. Déjà vu, a misfire in memory that feels like time looping. You know that quick shiver of certainty, like walking into a room you've never seen and feeling, with unreasonable confidence, that an invisible script is already written for the next few seconds. What if that sensation isn't time folding over itself, but your brain's familiarity alarm chiming before the memory clerk has opened the drawer to show you the file? Begin here. Your mind uses two different but cooperating signals to judge whether a scene belongs to your past. One is a fast, impressionistic sense that something fits, and the other is a slower, detail-rich recovery of where and when it happened. When those signals arrive in the usual sequence, you think, I remember this from last summer at the cafe on the corner, and you move on. But when the quick signal surges without the slower one, you get the ghostly conviction of repetition with no proof attached, a feeling that can be so persuasive, you briefly question reality itself. Scientists have watched this dissociation from several angles that don't require mystical explanations. Timing asymmetries in parallel processing pathways can let an image or layout pass twice through the system with slightly different arrival times. So the second pass feels like a replay. Structural similarity between a new scene and the skeleton of old ones. Angles of hallways, the rhythm of windows, the height of a handrail, the direction of light can light up the brain's pattern-matching areas, even when no specific episode exists to justify the glow. And in clinical settings, the same regions that evaluate novelty and recognition in the medial temporal lobe can be nudged by electrical stimulation or brief disturbances to produce the déjà vu sensation as a standalone experience, an aura that announces itself without dragging a true memory behind it. None of that makes your feeling fake. It only makes it internal, the system that keeps you fast and functional, able to spot familiar danger or comfort in a heartbeat. Sometimes fires a known tag when the best it has is, this looks like the kind of thing you've known before. And because that tag usually predicts correctly, your conscious mind trusts it first and asks questions later. If you want to see this machinery in action without equipment, there are clean, everyday experiments. Walk a route you've never taken, but choose turns that mirror the geometry of a place you know. Corner, straight staircase, left open lobby. Then pause. Your chest may hum with a strange confidence that you've stood in this doorway before, because the skeleton, not the wallpaper, is familiar. Rearrange a room into a configuration that repeats spacing and symmetry from a childhood space, and notice how the air remembers even when the objects do not. Or sample a new song that echoes the chord motion and pacing of an old favorite, and feel a whisper of recognition arrive ahead of any lyric you could quote, an auditory cousin of the same effect. In laboratory and virtual reality studies, researchers exploit these gestalt overlaps to trigger that false familiarity in healthy participants, showing that the brain cares about patterns of arrangement as much as it cares about content, and that a convincing blueprint can substitute for a true past. The likelihood of déjà vu also rises when you're tired or stressed, conditions that make the brain lean harder on fast heuristics. By contrast, grounding details, reading a sign out loud, naming a scent, changing vantage point, can force the slower, evidence-based system to weigh in and dissolve the illusion. If you've ever felt the sensation swell and then evaporate the moment you focused on a specific corner or read a label, you've already performed the cure. You demanded a receipt from a cashier that only had intuition in the till. Still, the phenomenon becomes more than a party trick when you learn to use it as a lesson in how belief and proof cooperate inside you. When déjà vu visits, treat it as a live tutorial in source monitoring, the skill of asking your memory for something a feeling can't supply. Pose 3 simple questions you can later check. Where exactly have I been in a scene like this? Who was standing nearby? What detail followed next last time? If nothing arrives but a stronger wave of certainty, note that in a journal with the place and hour and, if you like, a guess about the next moment you expect. Review in a week. Most entries will teach you the same surprising kindness. Your brain predicted familiarity, and nothing specific occurred, and nothing broke because you accepted the feeling as a hypothesis rather than a verdict. That habit of gentle testing has spillover value everywhere else. When a face seems trustworthy without evidence, when a headline feels obviously true, when a memory of a conversation carries confidence but not quotes, it doesn't mean you must turn coldly skeptical. It means you can keep a soft grip on your certainties until something verifiable lands in your hand. There is also a mirror phenomenon worth recognizing, jamais vu, when the very familiar briefly feels alien, often during repetition or fatigue, as if the brain's novelty detectors overruled the usual comfort of recognition. Meeting its gaze teaches you the same principle from the other direction, that both already happened and never seen are sensations produced by a comparator, not guarantees about the world. In a few people, especially those with temporal lobe epilepsy, déjà vu can cluster and appear as part of seizure auras. That medical context is important to mention because it shows the sensation can be a pure function of brain activity, and it reminds you to pay attention to frequency and intensity. If the feeling is frequent, prolonged, or accompanied by other symptoms like unusual smells, sudden fear, or a rising abdominal sensation, professional evaluation is wise. For most of us, though, déjà vu is a harmless byproduct of a recognition system tuned for speed and predictive value, an understanding that takes nothing away from its charm. In fact, it deepens the wonder by letting you appreciate how elegantly your mind handles the flood of moments, labeling patterns to keep you steady without demanding full biography for every scene you enter. As you carry this knowledge forward, consider a few practical ways to be both calmer and sharper the next time the loop arrives. First, switch from passive awe to active inquiry. Gently rotate your body, change elevation if you can, a single stare up or down, or look for a unique fingerprint in the environment. A scratch on a table, a note on a bulletin board, the pattern of scuff marks near a door, and deliberately stitch that into your awareness. Forcing a fresh feature into the frame helps your brain reset the balance between fast familiarity and slow recollection. Second, speak a detail aloud. This hallway has 5 ceiling lights, or the counter is chipped on the left, not because it's profound, but because language locks perception into memory more reliably, exposing whether there was any earlier episode to match. Third, identify life contexts that increase your reliance on familiarity, jet lag, multitasking, rushing, and treat déjà vu that appears there as a signal to slow down and measure. Finally, keep your meaning-making in the friendliest possible register. If you sense the repeat, let it be a reminder that your mind is an anticipatory organ, always trying to help, and that curiosity is a safer companion than prophecy. You don't need to fight the feeling or inflate it. You can watch it crest and fade while you gather specifics. In that stance, déjà vu becomes less a riddle and more a practice, an invitation to notice how confidence is generated, how swiftly pattern can masquerade as history, and how good you can become at withholding final judgment until the slower, steadier parts of your memory arrive with receipts. And when the moment passes, as it always does, you're left less with the suspicion that time repeats, and more with a quiet respect for the brain that keeps you moving through a unique, one-directional life by daring to guess, then letting you decide, with a kinder, clearer eye, when a guess is enough and when the truth deserves another look. You don't actually see in real time. Perception is delayed. What if every moment you trust as live is actually a carefully edited highlight, assembled just after the action, with your awareness arriving like a news broadcast that's always a beat behind the game? Start with a simple, useful truth that doesn't need equations to impress you. Signals take time to travel. Neurons need time to convert light into spikes and pass them from station to station. And networks that identify meaning take longer than those that register brightness and motion. Add it up, and the picture you feel as immediate is typically delayed on the order of tens to a few hundred milliseconds, long enough to be real to you and still not truly now. Your eyes are fast but not instantaneous. Photoreceptors need chemical changes to turn photons into messages, Early visual areas extract edges and surfaces. Other regions group those surfaces into objects, and only later do higher systems decide what the scene probably is. Hearing and touch run on their own timetables, so your brain must also line up these different clocks and present a single story that doesn't make you seasick. Because raw delays would make life chaotic, your nervous system does something remarkable. It waits just a hair, gathers the incoming slices, and stitches them into a best guess frame that will feel continuous and useful. Then it quietly backfills details so the frame seems like it always existed that way. You can sense this, not by reading a paper, but by playing with your own perception. Watch a car pass a flashing roadside sign at night, and notice how the flash seems to find the car, even if the timing should put the light elsewhere. That flash lag impression comes from your brain combining the recent past with the just arrived present and offering a single, polished event. Play two tones so close together that they fall inside your brain's binding window, and you'll hear them as one. Nudge them apart and suddenly you hear sequence instead of unity. In a loud club, if the video is a touch-off, voices can look out of sync yet sound fine because hearing runs slower than vision, and your brain treats a small sound delay as normal, the window of tolerance for audio arriving after video is surprisingly wide, while the opposite mismatch bothers you more. These aren't glitches so much as policies, perception privileges, stability over exact timestamps, because you move better in a stable world than in a jittery one. Athletes and musicians live by this policy. A batter doesn't see a fastball's full path in real time. The system predicts where it will be when the swing lands. A drummer in a big hall plays fractionally ahead to compensate for the room and the band's spread, and the audience hears it as perfectly together because the brain rounds the ensemble into one moment. Gamers notice it as latency. When visual feedback lags by even a tenth of a second, your sense of control suffers. Yet with practice, your body starts acting on predictions and the world feels tight again. What's profound here isn't that the brain is slow, it's that it's smart about being slow, transforming delay into usefulness by building models of what is likely to happen next, and then updating those models when reality pushes back. This modeling is why you can catch a tossed set of keys without scrutinizing each millimeter, why you hear a sentence as smooth even if a syllable is masked by a cough, and why you can read this line across eye movements that actually blank your vision for tiny moments thousands of times a day. The brain fills the microgaps not to fool you, but to keep you steady in a world that would otherwise feel like a flicker reel. If you want to feel the delay directly, try a home experiment with clapping and echoes. Stand at one end of a long corridor, clap once, and attend not just to the echo, but to the odd sensation that your awareness of the clap's loudness blooms after your hands meet. Or watch someone speak on a video call with a small lag and notice how quickly your mind gives up on precision and accepts a coherent, slightly late now. Importantly, a constructed present doesn't make your perceptions untrue. It makes them negotiated, with the negotiation tuned to keep you alive and coordinated. Knowing this lets you make better choices. When timing matters, crossing a busy street, judging the speed of a bike, executing a pass, move your eyes and head rather than locking your gaze, because fresh samples reduce the brain's reliance on guessed motion. When you teach, demonstrate cause and effect with clean spacing, so learners don't fall into the brain's habit of merging close events. When you lead discussions, allow a breath before reacting, because emotional perception has its own lag, and giving it an extra beat can prevent you from answering to the version of the moment your body assembled too quickly. There's even a gentle philosophical lesson here. The present you defend so fiercely is already a memory framed to feel current, a small act of trust you extend to your own nervous system that the story it just finished will serve you for the next step. Far from diminishing wonder, this should deepen it. You are not a raw sensor bolted to a scene. You are an adaptive narrator, turning staggered arrivals into a smooth floor you can walk on. The craft is so good, you don't notice it until you look. And when you do, the right response isn't suspicion but respect. Respect for a body that solves the timing problem on your behalf. Respect for how often its predictions are right enough to feel like presence. And respect for how easily you can improve accuracy by sampling again, changing angle, or simply pausing to let more data land. So the next time life feels like it's happening a split second ahead of you, remember that it is. And also that this is not a failure, but a feature, a rhythm you can learn. Take the breath, update the model, step into the slightly late now with eyes that know what it is, and let that knowledge make you both calmer and sharper. As you move through a world, your mind is always finishing just in time. You experience a fake now, created by your brain. There's a quiet trick unfolding in your head right now. The feeling that this instant is a single bead on a string, complete and self-contained, even though your brain actually builds it by pooling slices of the recent past and only then stamping the bundle now. Start with the architecture, not the mystique. Your senses deliver information in bursts, not as a smooth river, and the cortex doesn't publish a frame the moment the first drop arrives. It waits a short window, tens to a couple hundred milliseconds, collects what just happened, checks these arrivals against what usually goes together, and only then presents a unified moment that feels immediate. That buffer is not waste, it is strategy. By holding back long enough to integrate the edges of events, your brain can treat a sound and a gesture as one action, an impact and a wobble as one cause and effect, a wink and a laugh as one social signal. Because the integration is post hoc though, you sometimes experience post-diction, where new information subtly rewrites your sense of what just happened. In a classic demonstration called the colorify illusion, two dots blink in succession at different places. You don't see a first dot, a gap, then a second dot. You see a single dot jump and, impossibly, change color in the middle of the jump, even though there was never a dot in the middle. Your brain uses the later dot's existence and color to refine the story of the earlier dot, delivering a world that looks continuous and plausible rather than chopped and confusing. That same logic runs through touch. Tap your forearm rapidly at the wrist, then near the elbow, in the right rhythm, and you feel phantom taps marching up your arm between the 2 points, the cutaneous rabbit. Despite the fact your skin never received those middle contacts, the brain inserts them to produce an orderly path. It prefers sensible continuity over raw, glitchy timestamps. Even simple motion displays exploit this rule. Two alternating bars can create the impression of a single object sliding back and forth across the screen. Your visual system knits the alternation into a narrative because it assumes that objects move through space rather than blink in and out of existence. This is your fake now. Not a lie, but a best possible frame composed after enough evidence lands to make a coherent scene. Why build time this way? Because life is not a lab printout. It is a messy theatre where light, sound, and touch arrive at different speeds, and where causes and outcomes overlap. If your brain reported each arrival the instant it hit, you would hear a door slam, then a beat later see it close, then a beat later feel the floor shake, and you'd stumble through reality like a badly dubbed movie. Instead, your brain trades a little immediacy for a lot of sense, delaying awareness just enough to bind events that belong together and to discard coincidences that don't. The cost is subtle. When later evidence sneaks in during the binding window, it can shift how you experience the moment that already formed. Magicians rely on this. A flourish after the secret move re-anchors your attention and, inside your head, re-anchors time. The now you remember leans toward the clean story of the flourish and away from the messy truth of the move. Umpires and referees struggle at the edges of this too. A collision and a ball knocked loose are bound inside your integration window. Depending on where your attention falls, the shove can seem to come before or after the loss of control. Under pressure, your brain will polish the order into a plausible single act. Designers and filmmakers lean into the same property to create satisfying cuts. A visual change followed by an audio cue just inside your tolerance window reads as one crisp moment rather than two jarring ones. Even daily conversation benefits. A listener's nod that lands a hair after your phrase can feel like it happened during your phrase, smoothing the back and forth. The brain tucks it into the frame. You experience a tidy present because the nervous system is relentless about tidying. The science gives you more than admiration. It gives you handles to improve judgment. In the places where the tidy present can mislead. First handle, understand that the window exists and make it your ally. When evaluating a fast event, a near miss in traffic, a surprising remark, a confusing move in a game, wait a literal breath before deciding what just happened, because the brain is still finalizing the frame. That pause is not indecision. It's respect for the assembler at work. Second handle. Change the scene slightly to force a fresh frame when precision matters. Step to the side, switch the lighting, ask the person to repeat the action, or switch modalities. Look and touch, not just look. A new integration window means a new now, often with cleaner boundaries. Third handle. Structure information for others in ways that fit how the present is built. When you teach, separate steps just beyond that binding window, so learners don't merge cause and effect prematurely. When you give feedback, attach the cue to the action without delay, so their brain binds the learning to the movement. When you design an interface, avoid piling visual confirmations and sound effects at once. Stagger them so the brain reads them as a single meaningful act rather than overlapping noise. Fourth handle, watch your certainty. The smoothness of your present is not evidence of its accuracy. It is evidence of good construction. The more seamless it feels, the more likely you are to overlook small errors the brain ironed out. In critical work, medicine, aviation, dispute resolution, build procedures that catch those smoothed edges. Checklists, cross views, independent timing, slow replays. Each tool widens the lens beyond the brain's comfortingly rounded now. If this sounds cold, notice how humane it becomes when you apply it to relationships and self-understanding. Recognize that your emotional present is also assembled. A flash of irritation at a text can include feelings from 5 minutes earlier. A compliment can arrive wrapped in a memory that finally lands a second late and changes how kind the words feel. Before you act on a mood as if it were a hard fact of the moment, let the frame settle. Often it becomes kinder with a little extra evidence. In creative work, honor the integration window by giving ideas a short runway. Capture them and revisit after a stretch. The second pass often reshapes the story of the first pass in helpful ways. And when you feel that time has stopped during a crisis or flown during play, translate that poetry back into construction. In panic, the brain widens its sampling and stamps each micro-event as important, making the present feel packed. In flow, predictions and outcomes align so well that the assembler has very little repairing to do, and the present arrives as a clear pane. Neither state is magic. Both are the craftsmanship of the same system tuned to different demands. None of this steals the mystery of being alive. It anchors the mystery in a real, observable craft that you can collaborate with. The present you feel is a moving compromise between speed and sense, stitching and truth. On most days, the compromise is so skillful you never notice it, and that's a gift. Otherwise, you'd be tripping over raw timestamps. But there's also a quiet power in seeing the seam. It frees you from arguing with loved ones about whose now is correct, invites you to build buffers into systems that require accuracy, and teaches you to meet your own experience with a kinder curiosity. The next time a moment feels too perfect, or a judgment feels too instantaneous, or a story about what just happened forms in your mind before the echo has faded, imagine the assembler holding open the door for a fraction longer, letting another sliver of reality slip in before placing the seal that says now. Then act from that slight expansion. Look again. Ask once more. Adjust a timing or two. And watch how often the world becomes clearer not by chasing speed, but by letting your brain do what it does best. Turn a handful of recent slices into a present that is steady enough to stand on and honest enough to learn from. You miss massive changes in your environment. Imagine walking through a room you know by heart, pausing to tie your shoe and standing up to find the painting on the wall replaced, a chair swapped for a stool, and a window shade half drawn. But you feel nothing strange at all. Your mind reports same room with the confidence of a regular, because it didn't notice the edits, even though they were enormous. Start with a counterintuitive fact. You don't build a high-resolution map of everything around you and continuously update it. Instead, you keep a compact summary of the scene, its rough layout and meaning, and treat the rest as good enough until a clear reason forces you to check. That summary is fast and useful, but it makes you miss massive changes when those changes happen during interruptions. A blink, a head turn, a cut between frames, a brief flash of light, the moment you glance at your phone. In laboratories, this is shown with a simple trick called the flicker task. You view image A for a moment, then a grey screen, then image B that differs in a big way. A building loses a floor, a person vanishes, a car changes colour, then the cycle repeats A grey, B grey. People stare for seconds, sometimes longer than a minute, before finding the change. When they finally see it, they're shocked they missed it because it's so large. The grey screens remove the tiny motion that your brain relies on to flag differences. So your scene summary says, as far as I can tell, nothing important happened. And it sticks with that verdict until some element, often by accident, lands in the narrow zone you're really checking. Variations of the same effect spill into everyday life. In the mud splash effect, a brief cluster of distracting blobs covers the scene. At the moment an object changes, and viewers fail to notice the switch. In gradual change demonstrations, a photo is altered pixel by pixel over many seconds. A shirt shifts from blue to red. A hat slowly appears. And observers sail past the transformation because there was no crisp cue to say, compare now. Filmmakers and stage magicians depend on this. Hide the change during a cut, or bury it under movement elsewhere, and the audience's sense of continuity remains intact. Street experiments show that even a stranger you're talking to can swap places with a similar-looking confederate while a door passes between you. And many people continue the conversation as if nothing unusual occurred. Your mind prioritizes the story. I'm talking to a worker with a clipboard, over the specifics of ears, eyebrows, or shirt buttons. The lesson is not that you are inattentive by choice. It's that your visual system is designed to trust a compact gist unless it's forced to revise it. Understanding why this happens gives you leverage to protect yourself where it matters. The first reason is attention. You can only maintain fine detail for a few items at once, so you distribute attention like a spotlight that illuminates what you care about and leaves the rest in the dark. If the change occurs in the dark, you won't encode it well enough to notice a difference later. The second reason is interruption. During a blink, a saccade, or any sudden disruption, your brain actively suppresses the blurry data and relies on memory to bridge the gap. That memory is the compact summary, not a frame-by-frame archive. So when the new view arrives, it's checked against a light sketch. If the new scene still supports the same meaning, a person at a desk typing, a street with a red car parked, a kitchen ready for cooking, you accept it and move on. The third reason is expectation. If you're primed to look for a specific thing, your friend's face in a crowd, the word exit, a green light, you'll miss even colossal changes elsewhere because your brain treats off-mission information as noise. Sometimes expertise helps. A pilot notices an instrument read out drift that a novice would ignore. A radiologist spots a tiny opacity in a lung image, but expertise can also narrow attention to typical changes and make rare or novel ones easier to miss. The fourth reason is that your memory for exact scenes is far weaker than it feels. You think you remember the room, but what you really carry between glances is the skeleton of the room. When the changed environment still matches the skeleton, walls, floor, window, desk, you endorse it as the same place. All of this is efficient for living but dangerous in specific contexts. Consider the domains where missing big changes has real costs, and you immediately see why learning to counter it matters. On the road, your eyes might be on the traffic light, so you don't register that the cyclist you saw a second ago is now leaning into your lane. If the shift happened during a head turn to check a mirror, you're at peak risk. In the hospital, a small but important number can creep on a monitor while a nurse glances down to chart, and when she looks back, nothing seems different because the general picture, the patient resting, the room quiet, hasn't changed. In aviation, checklists exist partly to defeat this weakness. A cockpit is a jungle of familiar instruments, and a single switch left in the wrong position can hide inside that familiarity unless you deliberately touch and verify. In cybersecurity and finance dashboards, a layout update that changes the meaning of a color or a position can lead to invisible mistakes. because the operator's mind supplies the old mapping and misses the new one. Yes, even when the change is visually obvious. Even at home, alarms fail because they evolve. You moved the smoke detector a month ago, the blinking light shifted position. The battery chirp now comes from the hallway instead of the kitchen, and your mind keeps seeing the old setup until your hand literally makes contact with the new location. The common theme is that meaning continuity conceals physical change. The good news is you can train yourself to catch more than your default setup allows, and the techniques are simple. First, adopt a one more thing habit. When you glance at a scene you think you know, a panel of controls, a crowded crosswalk, the medicines on your counter, ask your eyes to check one additional region beyond what your goal requires. That small expansion widens the zone where change can be detected. Second, use deliberate scanning patterns rather than letting your gaze drift to whatever seems important. Pilots use a T-scan, center, top, sides. Doctors use left to right, top to bottom routines, and photographers sweep corners. Pick a pattern that fits your work and practice it until it's automatic, because patterns fight the laziness of gist. Third, force real comparisons when something matters. Instead of trusting your sense that everything's the same, call up the previous version. A photo of the room before you leave for a trip. Yesterday's values on a sticky note, the last saved settings for a project. Your brain is bad at vague scene comparison, but good at spot the difference when the two images are side by side. Fourth, add motion or sound to the moments when you need to notice change. Because your system flags transients, a small movement, a tap on a gauge, a wiggle of a cable, a deliberate nudge of a door, can prompt attention to update the scene. Designers use this ethically with gentle animations that draw the eye to what's new. You can use it too. Fifth, narrate aloud in critical moments. Saying, "The left rear burner is off," or "The child is now behind the car," ties a verbal tag to a visual state and improves memory for the change. It also makes you more likely to catch a mismatch on your next glance. Sixth, manage interruptions. If you know a change is likely, merging lanes, switching medications, updating software, reduce the disruptive moments. Don't check your phone mid-merge, or at least pair them with a purposeful rescan. After the blink of looking down, look up and sweep center left right before committing to action. Seventh, invite cross-checks from others. A co-worker walking the same floor sees fresh differences because their attention sits on a different set. In pairs, change blindness drops dramatically. Finally, accept that feeling familiar is not the same as verified. Comfort is a poor witness. Make verification boring and visible, labels, logs, resets, so the right move doesn't depend on an unreliable sense of sameness. If you want to experience the effect safely and learn its feel, set up 2 photos of your living room. In the second, remove a lamp and shift a plant to the other side of the couch. Now flick them back and forth with a blank slide in between, and time. How long it takes you to find the changes without letting your eyes scan randomly. Use a pattern. Try the gradual change version. Sit in the room while a friend, over 2 minutes, slowly rotates a picture frame by a few degrees every 10 seconds. You'll feel like nothing is happening until the frame looks wrong. And then you'll realize the wrongness only arrived when the change crossed a threshold your brain could no longer reconcile with the old summary. Play with sound too. In a playlist, swap 2 tracks that begin similarly and notice how your ear keeps endorsing the old order until a sharp difference forces an update. We miss changes in rhythm and key for the same reason we miss changes in chairs and hats. We keep the narrative unless nudged. There's a humane side to this knowledge that goes beyond safety. It softens arguments about who is not paying attention because it explains why 2 careful people can honestly disagree about whether something changed. It may have changed inside one person's interruption and outside the others. It encourages kinder design. If you want people to notice a new rule, don't just change the words. Add a small motion, a color shift, or a brief pause that spotlights the update inside their binding window. It helps relationships. When a partner says, "You didn't notice I rearranged the desk," you can reply, not with excuses, but with a plan. Walk me through the new logic, and I'll take pictures so my mind stops using the old map. and it deepens self-awareness. You learn that certainty about no change is often certainty about no obvious cue, and that humility buys you accuracy. The world is not hiding its edits from you. Your brain is hiding them for you, so you can move through life without drowning in differences. That is a gift most of the time. The skill is knowing when to set the gift down and look harder. Build small rituals that say, compare now, widen the beam by a step when stakes are high, and remember that your sense of continuity, so helpful, so soothing, is a story your attention tells. It's a good story, but the next time it insists that everything is exactly as it was, let a little doubt in, not as fear, but as respect for the parts of the room you haven't asked your eyes to truly see. Your mind rewrites your memories without telling you. What if the truest thing about your past isn't that it sits preserved like a photograph, but that every time you look at it, your brain quietly edits the file and saves over the original, confident, efficient, and utterly silent about the changes it just made? Begin with the part most people never learn. A memory isn't a recording you press play on. It's a construction. Your brain rebuilds each time from stored pieces, fragments of sights and sounds, the gist of what mattered, the emotions that tagged the moment, and the story you've told yourself since. And when reconstruction finishes, the fresh version can be written back into storage in a process called reconsolidation. That means recall is not neutral. It is an opportunity for updating. Sometimes this is a blessing. New understanding softens an old embarrassment. A dangerous habit is relearned as a warning. Sometimes it's trouble. If misleading details sneak in while a memory is being rebuilt, they can be woven into the scene so smoothly that you later swear they were there from the start. Psychologists show this with simple questions. Ask, how fast were the cars going when they smashed? And people later remember broken glass that never existed. Ask, did you see the broken headlight? And the definite article pushes a guess into a memory. But the mechanism isn't a trick of wording. It's your brain's everyday strategy. Because it can't store every pixel, it saves compressed summaries, schemas, about how situations usually unfold. And when you retrieve a scene, the schema fills gaps with what should have happened. That's why you remember the waiter pouring water when, in fact, you refilled your own glass. Why a childhood room regains a poster that was actually bought years later. Why a team meeting picks up a joke the group told after the meeting, not during it. And the confidence you feel isn't a lie detector, it's a fluency detector. Memories that come together easily feel true, no matter how the parts were assembled. Emotion does not immunize you, it persuades you. Flashbulb memories, where you were during big news. What you said at a turning point feels sealed in because the moment mattered. Yet when researchers check them years later, people often produce polished stories with details that have drifted while their certainty has grown. Your brain is doing maintenance, smoothing edges, lining up cause and effect, aligning the past with your present beliefs about who you are. That maintenance keeps your life coherent. It also means your past is, in part, today's opinion. This doesn't make you unreliable. It makes you adaptable, and understanding the gears gives you power in both directions. First, know the conditions that invite edits. Conversations right after an event, even well-meaning ones, can braid someone else's account into yours. Repeated imagining of what likely happened can inflate your sense that you witnessed it. Imagination inflation. Targeted recall of certain details can suppress others. Retrieval-induced forgetting. So quizzing yourself about an argument's zingers might weaken your memory of its context or your own tone. Stress narrows attention at encoding. Weapon focus is real, so you later remember the threat but misplace peripheral facts. Sleep strengthens the bones of a memory, the gist, more than the decoration. Surface details, which is efficient for learning rules but risky when specifics matter. An identity, the story you carry about yourself, acts like a magnet during recall, pulling the past toward your current narrative. If today you see yourself as the organized one, you unconsciously emphasize episodes that fit and shave corners off the ones that don't. If you believe a friend is careless, your recollection of last week's plans leans toward missed texts rather than your own vagueness. None of this is malicious. It's energy-saving shorthand. But shorthand becomes history if you never check it. So how do you keep the helpful flexibility of memory without letting it drift where precision is needed? You build gentle scaffolding around recall. Capture raw traces early. Jot timestamps, verbatim phrases, concrete numbers, photos of arrangements before you move things. The earlier the note, the fewer edits have a chance to creep in. When you must remember accurately, separate story from facts on paper. 2. Columns labeled what I think happened, story, and what I can verify, facts. The act of labeling slows reconsolidation, enough to keep guesses from welding to evidence. Use context reinstatement to help the right pieces reassemble. Before recalling, briefly recreate the scene. Where you sat, who stood to your left, what you smelled, and let sensory cues guide you before other people's words do. Invite independent perspectives before you share your own. Hearing someone else first protects your version from being overwritten by your own later retellings, trying to match theirs. When you debrief a heated moment, ask neutral questions. What did you hear me say exactly? Not why did I shout? Because assumptions about motives are edits pretending to be facts. For long-term projects, keep versioned notes instead of overwriting the same file. A dated trail lets you see how your memory changed and, importantly, why. Treat strong confidence as a signal to verify, not a sign to stop. If you feel certain, ask your future self to check. Leave a note with receipts you'll recognize later. Screenshots, email headers, receipts in the literal sense. So confidence meets something older than your latest reconstruction. And if a memory harms you, remember reconsolidation is not only a risk, but an opening. Revisiting a painful scene in a safe context, with new information and new bodily states, can update the emotional tag so the same facts no longer trigger the same spiral. You're not erasing history, you're changing what the memory predicts about your safety now. There's a moral grace in this knowledge too. It softens your judgments of yourself and others, because it explains how two honest people can remember incompatible details without either one lying. It encourages better conversations. Instead of debating whose memory is correct, you can trade notes and reconstruct together, labeling speculation as speculation and letting shared evidence do the anchoring. It improves learning. Don't just reread, retrieve, and then check, because testing exposes weak links before they harden into confident mistakes. It helps design. In workplaces where accuracy matters, pair human memory with external memory, whiteboards, checklists, audit logs, and treat retellings as hypotheses to be confirmed against artifacts. It even helps your sense of self. When you notice your mind retouching a past version of you, making yourself a little smarter, a little more foresighted, meet that with curiosity instead of shame. Ask, what does today's me want from yesterday's scene? Often the answer is protection or coherence. You can thank your brain for the effort and still choose to file a footnote. This part is the story I prefer, not the record I checked. That footnote is not cold. It's kind. It keeps you honest without stripping meaning from your memories. In the end, your mind rewrites your memories without telling you isn't an accusation. It's a user manual. You are living with a storyteller who edits for clarity, safety, and identity. And like any good editor, it works best when you give it good drafts and keep copies. So make small records, slow down your retellings, separate what you felt from what you can show, and treat confidence as a starting line, not the finish. The past you carry will still be warm and human, but it will also be truer. And the person walking forward with it, awake to how remembering works, will be kinder, steadier, and better at learning from what actually happened rather than from the seamless myths that sneak in when no one is watching. The first tick, after you look at a clock, feels longer. You've probably felt it. You snap your gaze to a wall clock and the second hand seems to freeze, as if time politely paused to let your attention catch up. Then everything resumes at its usual pace. The odd truth is that your brain quietly lengthens that very first moment after an eye jump, not because the clock changed, but because your internal timekeeper rewinds and stretches the scene you've just landed on. Here's the honest, practical science behind that stopped clock feeling. Your eyes don't glide from one target to the next. They leap in rapid jumps called saccades, several times each second. and during each jump, your visual system briefly suppresses the smear that would otherwise streak across your awareness. That means there's a tiny hole in your visual timeline while your eyes are in flight. To keep the world from wobbling or blurring, your brain does two clever things. It predicts where your eyes are going and starts preparing the new patch of space in advance. And, most relevant here, once your gaze lands, it backdates the timing of the first stable image, so it seems to have begun just before the jump finished. The result is chronostasis, a real measurable illusion. The first tick after you look lasts longer in your experience than the ticks that follow, sometimes by 1/10 of a second or more, especially after big eye movements. This isn't mythology or mind-hacking hype. Laboratory studies show that when people make a saccade to a clock-like display, they report the post-saccade interval as longer than identical intervals that occur a moment later, and the magnitude of the effect scales with how far the eyes moved. Your brain is editing for stability, plugging a temporal gap with extra time borrowed from the new view, so you perceive a continuous, steady world rather than a series of cuts. Once you see it in clocks, you can spot cousins of the effect in everyday life. Glance at your phone's lock screen, and the moment it lights may feel slightly inflated before it falls into rhythm. Shift your eyes to a blinking cursor and the first blink appears to linger. Even outside vision, a similar elongation can show up. The first ring after you bring a phone to your ear can seem longer than the rest, and a metronome's first beat after you look toward it can feel stretched. None of this means time really slowed. It means your timing sense is actively maintained, patched, and smoothed by the same system that stabilizes the world across your constant eye jumps. Understanding why this happens gives you better control in the places where stretched first moments could mislead you. During driving, for example, when you flick your eyes from the road to the speedometer and back, your felt duration of that first look can be a touch generous. If you're timing a gap in traffic or gauging a yellow light, know that your internal clock may overcredit the first snapshot after the glance, making a tight window feel roomier than it is. In sports, when a tennis player snaps their gaze from an opponent's torso to the racket at contact, the ball's first instant off the strings can feel elongated. Great players train by anchoring on continuous cues, sound, posture, ball rotation, so their timing doesn't lean too heavily on that stretched first frame. In conversations and negotiations, a quick look to a person's mouth or eyes can make a pause feel longer than it was, tempting you to jump in or interrupt. Learning to count a beat beyond your urge gives the other person the time they actually had, not the time your chronostasis gifted them. Designers can work with this too. If you want someone to notice a change the moment they look, a progress bar beginning, a safety warning appearing, you can place the most important cue right where their eyes will land so it benefits from that elongated first slice. If, on the other hand, you're building tools for precise timing, you'd avoid starting critical events exactly at typical landing spots, or you'd give users a pre-cue so the first perceived interval isn't a stretched outlier. For your own calibration, a simple habit helps. When timing matters, don't make decisions on the very first glance. Take a quick second look or keep your eyes on the target through 2 or 3 cycles. By then, the intervals you feel better match the intervals that are there. You can explore the illusion safely and learn its feel with a couple of at-home tests. Put an analog clock with a ticking second hand across the room. Look away, far left or down. Then snap your eyes back to the second hand and notice the frozen moment. Measure it by counting ticks that follow and comparing how that first one felt. Repeat with bigger and smaller eye jumps. The larger the jump, the stronger the freeze tends to be. Try a digital version. Set a timer that updates tenths of a second. Look away, then jump back. The first number you see will seem to hang. Try moving your head while keeping your eyes on the clock versus moving only your eyes. The illusion is tied to the eye jump itself, not just motion in general. If you're musical, listen to a metronome while looking at your hands, then flick your gaze to the metronome. Notice whether the beat you land on feels slightly long. None of this requires special vocabulary. It's your brain's everyday housekeeping. Suppress the blur during the jump, predict the landing, and pad the first stable moment so the world doesn't hiccup. Crucially, chronostasis doesn't make you a poor judge of time overall. It highlights that your sense of now is a constructed product of perception, attention, and prediction. Most of the time, the construction is so skillful that you move through life with smooth timing, catching balls, speaking in turn, breaking with confidence. When the illusion peeks through, treat it as a reminder to be gentle with your first impressions of duration, especially right after you shift your eyes, and to favor a second sample when stakes are high. There's a soft philosophical grace in that stance too. You learn that experience isn't a raw feed, but a crafted story, and that even a single second can arrive edited for your benefit. So the next time the clock seems to stall and then sprint, don't assume the universe winked. Notice the craftsman in your head making a world you can trust. Say, thank you for the steadiness, and, when exact timing matters, ask for one more tick before you decide. What you see depends on what you expect, not what's there. Suppose your eyes weren't simple cameras but guesses with skin. Every glance a bet your brain places on the next few milliseconds, and most days the bet wins, so quickly you mistake prediction for sight. That's the strange, useful truth behind why what you see depends so much on what you expect, not just on what's out there. Start with how messy the world's signals are. Light hits your retina after bouncing off uneven surfaces. Sound arrives with echoes and noise. Taste and smell mix with memory and context, and touch rides through clothing and posture. Your brain could wait for perfect evidence, but life is fast, so it uses a smarter rule. Prepare a likely scene in advance and let the senses correct it. You feel the result as effortless clarity, yet it's built on priors shaped by your past. What rooms usually look like under warm light, how faces sit on bodies, which edges likely belong to the same object. What syllables tend to follow in your language. Give the system a nudge and the guess reveals itself. Label a harmless drink as bitter tonic and more people taste bitterness. Put a familiar logo on average chocolate and the flavor improves for many tasters. Pour the same wine into 2 glasses, but say one costs 5 times more and watch flavor notes bloom in one and flatten in the other. In hearing, play a sentence with a syllable replaced by a cough and tell listeners what the missing syllable was. Most will hear it cleanly inside the cough, a phoneme restored by expectation. In vision, add context and the mind obliges. A grey square looks darker against a white field and lighter against a black one because you expect lighting gradients in the world. So your brain corrects the pixel value toward a plausible surface. Draw 2 equal lines with inward versus outward fins, and one looks longer because you expect corners to signal depth. Show an ambiguous figure primed by the word duck, and people see a duck. Prime with rabbit, and the creature flips. Expertise tightens these bets. A chess master shown a real mid-game position, glances and sees more than a novice because their brain predicts meaningful patterns. A fork, a file, a threat. Yet scramble those pieces into nonsense and the master's edge collapses. A radiologist's expectation can help them spot a faint lesion that a layperson misses, or, if primed incorrectly, it can make a normal shadow look suspicious. Even pain bends to belief. Tell someone a cream is numbing and, with no active ingredient, their pain shrinks because expectation recruits the brain's own modulators to dial the sensation down. Tell them a harmless stimulus will sting, and the sting grows. None of this means the world is arbitrary. It means your brain, to keep you upright and efficient, meets the world halfway with predictions, and lets reality nudge those predictions back into line. Knowing this doesn't make perception fake. It makes it negotiated, and negotiators can be trained. First, catch expectation in the act with quick, safe tests that reveal its fingerprints. Try the descriptive label game at home. Pour the same snack into 2 bowls, announce one as new recipe, the other classic, and watch your own flavor narrative tilt. Then repeat blind, switching the labels without telling yourself, and see how much the story falls away when expectation is starved. For sight, put 2 identical greys on different backgrounds and experience how lighting assumptions repaint them. Then view them through a pinhole or on a phone screen in grayscale mode and watch the effect weaken. For sound, find a muffled lyric that divides listeners, read 2 different suggested lines, and notice how your ear obeys whichever one you feed it first. These aren't parlor tricks, they're mirrors. Second, when accuracy matters, probation your expectations. Write down your prediction before you inspect, and then check specifically for disconfirming evidence. The simple act of committing to a forecast creates distance between what I think and what is, making it easier to correct yourself. Third, swap contexts to weaken a single expectation's grip. Change the light's color temperature before judging paint. Listen to a voice recording through different speakers. Taste food blindfolded then sighted. Look at photographs upside down to judge composition instead of subject. Each context hop strips away a bias your brain quietly applied. Fourth, invite adversarial perspectives on purpose. Ask someone who disagrees with your hunch to tell you what they expect to see and why, and force yourself to search for their features first. Even if you return to your original interpretation, the exercise widens the set of possibilities your perceptual system admits. Fifth, pace your conclusion. When expectations are strong, brand, price, reputation, prior experience, build a buffer between first impression and decision. One more sip, one more angle, one more minute for the eyes to settle. You're not doubting reality. You're giving reality a fair shot to overrule a polished guess. This isn't just about consumer choices or optical illusions. It reaches into how you read people and moments. If you expect anger, you'll hear it in a neutral text. If you expect competence, you'll see it in the same presentation that looked shaky 5 minutes ago. If you assume you're being judged, you'll spot disapproval in a resting face. Counter that by asking for a small piece of ground truth before you let the story harden. A clarifying question, a paraphrase, a specific detail from the scene. In teams, prime for curiosity rather than certainty by changing the opening question from "what went wrong" to "what are 3 plausible stories that fit what we see?" Then test them one by one. In teaching, embrace expectation in a helpful way. Start with a prediction. Let learners commit, then reveal a surprising outcome. The jolt updates their priors, so the next time their perception bends, it bends closer to truth. Designers can do the same ethically. Align an interface with the user's learned patterns so predictions help rather than hinder, and when a change must break a pattern, signal it boldly. Color, motion, spacing, so the old expectation doesn't keep users blind to the new rule. Even with yourself, use expectation as a lever for good. Prime bedtime with cues that predict rest. Prime workouts with music that predicts energy. Prime writing with a ritual that tells your senses, ideas belong here. Your body listens. The gentle philosophy beneath all this is not that you live in fiction, but that you live in a world your brain helps finish. On good days, expectations save you. They let you catch a glass before it falls, understand a mumbled sentence, recognize a friend across the street, and navigate a room without counting chairs. On hard days, expectations trap you. They make you miss a new opportunity because it doesn't look like the old pattern, misread a tone because you brace for conflict, or double down on a belief the evidence no longer supports. Becoming aware of the partnership between expectation and evidence doesn't drain color from life. It adds humility and control. You can honor how brilliantly your mind anticipates, while making small, deliberate moves that let the world correct your hunches sooner. So the next time you catch yourself saying, "I know what I'm seeing," pause and add a patient clause. "And I'm open to what I'm missing." Shift the light, change the angle, trade notes, and notice how often the picture sharpens. Not because you stared harder, but because you loosened your grip on what you thought must be there and made room for what actually is. You can see things that aren't there. What if your vision sometimes behaves like a storyteller with a budget? Filling a blank stage with convincing actors, inventing motion where nothing moves, painting colors that no light carries, so that you honestly see things that aren't out there. Not because you're gullible, but because your visual system would rather give you a coherent scene than an empty one. Begin with edges, the language your brain speaks before it speaks objects. Cells in early vision love borders, and when they spot fragments that line up just right, they connect the dots into a single contour, even if no line exists in the world. Print 3. Pac-Man shapes with their mouths aimed toward a triangle, and a crisp white triangle appears, brighter than the page that contains it, because your brain treats aligned hints as a promise that a surface must be there and renders the promise as sight. Color can be conjured just as easily. Draw thin colored lines that stop short of a shape, and with the right spacing, your mind spreads that color across the empty region. A neon wash floating on plain paper, because the system prefers uniform surfaces and fills them to keep the scene simple. Even a motionless image can look alive. Stare at a famous rotating snakes pattern and watch the rings crawl. Nothing on the page is moving, but tiny, restless eye adjustments and local differences in brightness trick motion detectors into firing. So you perceive a slow drift. Grids can grow phantom dots. Look at a lattice of white lines on black, and illusory grey spots wink at the intersections when you don't look directly. A side effect of how neighbouring signals compete and share resources. These aren't party tricks. They're windows into the compromises your vision makes to be fast and useful. When the input is uncertain or too sparse, your brain doesn't wait. It chooses the most likely configuration and shows it to you as if it were measured. Sometimes the choice is spot on. Sometimes it's a friendly forgery. You can feel these somethings from nothing without leaving home. Fix your gaze on the tiny cross at the center of a simple image and try Troxler fading. After a few seconds, steady details in the periphery fade or smear away, and vague blobs can appear where nothing sits, because the system downweights unchanging signals to conserve energy for new events. Try the classic after image with a twist. Stare at a picture of a flag drawn in odd colors, then shift to a blank wall. The real red, white, and blue will bloom in your view even though the wall is neutral. The color you see is a rebound inside your visual machinery after certain detectors got overworked, and your mind delivers the rebound as if it were light. Turn off the lights and press gently at the corner of a closed eye to summon phosphines. Dancing sparks made by retinal cells firing from mechanical stimulation rather than photons. A reminder that vision begins in living tissue, not in the world. Look at a cloud or patterned floor and faces. Might flicker into existence, pareidolia, because your social brain carries a library of face-like arrangements and would rather risk a false positive than miss a real person. If you suffer a migraine aura, zigzags and shimmering shapes can march through your sight even in darkness. That's not imagination, but a wave of altered activity moving across visual cortex, painting a temporary geometric landscape on your inner screen. In all of these, the theme is constant. Perception is not a list of pixel values. It is a best effort story produced by cells with preferences, shortcuts, and thresholds that were tuned for survival long before you learned the word illusion. Knowing that you can see what isn't there is not a reason to mistrust every glance. It's a reason to learn where your eyes are generous and how to correct for it when accuracy matters. First, adopt a habit of second looks at the edges of your awareness. Phantom dots in a grid vanish when you look straight at them. A creeping pattern stops when your gaze lands. A face in a cloud dissolves under scrutiny. Train that move. If something surprising appears in the corner of your eye, verify with a direct fixation before you act. Second, change the context to check whether a percept belongs to the world or to your wiring. Shift lighting, rotate the page, view through a camera, or ask someone else to describe what they see before you explain what you think is there. Illusory contours and induced colors are famously sensitive to viewpoint and contrast, while real edges and pigments survive the change. Third, pace your interpretation when the stakes are high. In driving, a shimmer on hot asphalt can look like water. Slow slightly and let additional cues, spray from tires, reflections, temperature, decide. In technical work, mark suspect features on an image and step away. Fresh eyes and a different zoom level can turn a defect into compression noise. Fourth, prime for reality without poisoning it. Hide labels and prices when tasting or testing, so expectation doesn't scaffold a perception. Then bring context back after you've built your own impression. Fifth, document early. If you must rely on what you saw, take a photo or jot a sketch immediately. Once you've stared and restared, your brain's own completions can entrench, and later you'll swear the illusory line was ink. Sixth, If unusual visuals arrive repeatedly or with discomfort, flashing mosaics, featureless faces, vivid scenes in dim light, treat that as information, not embarrassment. Many benign conditions can amplify your system's tendency to manufacture content when input is reduced, and a medical check can rule out issues while preserving your natural curiosity about how vision works. There's a softer, human reward in learning this too. It makes you kinder to yourself when you saw a detail that never existed, to others when they report a shape or color you missed, and to the mind itself for doing such artful work under noise. The fact that you can perceive a triangle brighter than the page, a color that isn't printed, a motion in a still image, or sparks in darkness isn't a failure. It's evidence that your brain guards continuity and meaning, stepping in to complete the world when the world is stingy with clues. When you want wonder, seek these moments on purpose. Let the dots become lines, let the stillness crawl, let the blank glow for a breath, and enjoy the craft. When you want truth, widen the sample, move your gaze, recruit other senses, and let the forgery melt. Either way, you walk away with more skill, a quiet agreement with your own perception that says, you may show me more than is there, and sometimes that's beautiful, but when it matters I'll check, and together we'll keep the picture honest. Sometimes you feel a decision before it happens. What if that tiny tilt in your chest, the faint lift of breath, a prickle at the skin, a narrowing of attention, wasn't your nerves reacting to a choice you'd already made, but the early scaffolding of a choice your body is preparing before you can state it in words? Begin with something practical and testable. Long before you say yes or no, your body starts to organize around one path or the other, and pieces of that organization leak into feeling. Minute shifts in posture, a micro squeeze of forearm muscles, a subtle change in pupil size, a whisper of sweat on the palms, even the way your eyes gravitate to one option's corner of the page. If a camera tracked your mouse while you decided between two buttons, the pointer would often drift toward your eventual pick a beat or two before you decide. If a microphone listened for tiny muscle activations, it would sometimes catch preparatory twitches before you report an intention to move. Your heart and gut join this chorus. Skin conductance can swell seconds before people consciously notice that one deck of cards is safer than another. And experienced traders and firefighters often feel a move as a bodily warning before they can justify it, because their nervous systems have silently tallied patterns 1,000 times. None of this needs mysticism. Decisions aren't switches thrown at a single instant. They are races among tendencies, built from memory, habit, reward expectation, and immediate context. The race often has a favorite early, and your interoceptive system, the network that monitors signals from heartbeat, lungs, and viscera, registers that lean as mood and urge while the storytelling parts of the mind are still drafting a reason. Sometimes the lean is wise, sometimes it's noise. The skill is learning to read the signal without becoming its servant. To see how a feeling can lead, try small audits in your day. Stand in front of a menu and notice where your eyes land. Which item makes your shoulders loosen? Which makes your tongue press to the roof of your mouth? Wait 5 seconds, then choose, and check whether you simply ratified what your body had already begun. Watch how you reach for your phone. The decision to unlock often begins with the thumb moving before the thought forms. Add a single breath there and the urge can dissolve. Proof that early doesn't mean inevitable. In thornier choices, accepting a job, ending a project, confronting a friend, feel for that pre-conscious tilt. Do you lean forward or back when the outcome is pictured? Does breath deepen or catch? Do you look away or seek more light? Those are not oracles. They are summaries from parts of you that have been tracking details you never wrote down. In the lab, bodily signals do this constantly. Pupils widen a hair when an option promises reward. Heartbeats can phase lock to the moments you favor a risk. Microscopic electrical changes in the skin anticipate a bad draw well before you can explain why. In fields where timing matters, sports, surgery, live performance. This early gearing up is a feature. Practiced bodies begin the right move, while the conscious mind is still assembling a sentence about the move. The benefit is speed. The danger is blind momentum. So what should you do with this head start? First, stop treating every gut feeling as prophecy or as fraud. Treat it as a hypothesis drafted by fast systems. Name it quickly, pulling toward yes, tightening against no, and then ask for evidence. What past wins does this resemble? What risk is my body trying to dodge? What cost am I underweighting because comfort feels so good? This naming gives you a thin slice of control. It moves the feeling from you to yours. Second, improve the quality of the feelings that show up by training the data they're built on. If you repeatedly practice good form, ethical habits, clear checklists, rehearse de-escalation, your early tilts will incorporate that practice, and the first tug becomes a safer guide. If instead you train on doom scrolling and panic loops, your body will dutifully nominate those as solutions, and your first tug will be to flee or rage. Third, use implementation intentions to bridge the gap between feeling and choice. Pre-write tiny scripts like, if I feel the flush that says buy now, I will drink water and recheck the price history. Or, if I feel the throat tension that says send the harsh reply, I will step outside for 60 seconds. These scripts outsource a better decision to the same fast machinery that would otherwise bulldoze you. Fourth, design your defaults, because early tendencies love an easy path. Put the healthy snack at arm's reach and the salt across the room. Set savings to automatic. Schedule difficult work when your energy is high and your body's early signals tilt toward effort. When the path of least resistance is aligned with your goals, the first tug works for you. There's also a deeper craft, learning to disambiguate sensations. Anxiety can feel a lot like insight. Both raise your heart rate, narrow your focus, and create urgency, but lead to opposite recommendations. A simple practice helps. Label sensations before content. Warm hands, tight jaw, buzzing chest, then ask, is this threat or is this excitement? If it's threat, your field of view collapses and you imagine escape. If it's excitement, your attention widens and you imagine approach. On paper, they look similar. In the body, they carry different futures. Add a timing rule. If the urge demands zero delay, that's often a fear reflex. If it tolerates a brief pause and gets clearer after a walk, it may be competence speaking. For life-altering choices, deliberately stage a second first feeling, sleep on it, and then picture each path at sunrise. The body you wake with is calmer and integrates yesterday's data. Many people find they knew the answer all along only when the saboteur of exhaustion steps aside. But cultivate humility too. Your body can be biased. It favors familiar over right, closeness over truth, comfort over growth. Use the feeling as a starting line, then counterweight it with external checks. Numbers, counsel from someone with no stake, a written list of costs and benefits that must include the thing you don't want to admit. Let the slow brain earn its say. If you lead teams or teach, you can help others work with early signals without making them superstitions. Ask for a quick body vote in silence, thumbs resting, eyes closed, before group discussion, so people register their own tilt before the herd's momentum takes over. Then surface reasons and hunt for disconfirming detail. Coach performers to separate the surge of adrenaline from a judgment about readiness. That surge is fuel, not verdict. In medicine, law enforcement, and investing, where snap judgments can save or harm, pair gut with guardrails, checklists, peer review, pre-commitment to evidence thresholds. Over time, the fast feeling becomes less noisy because the environment trains it. And in daily relationships, a kinder use of the early sense is to notice without acting. Something in me wants to interrupt, you think, and you breathe instead. Something in me wants to withdraw, and you lean forward 1 inch. Those tiny counter moves give you proof that the early feeling wasn't the decision itself. It was weather passing through, useful or not depending on the map you carry. End with the gentlest truth. You are not a captain who only speaks after the ship is already turning, nor a passenger yanked by hidden cables. You are a crew. Some members work fast and wordless, scanning the sea and shifting weight. Others speak slowly, weighing charts and consequences. When you feel a decision before it happens, a lookout has spotted a pattern and tugged the wheel a degree. Honor the lookout for the save, but ask the navigator to confirm the course. With practice, you'll move through choices with less friction, sensing the tilt, naming it without worship, designing your world so good tugs are easy to follow, and building in small pauses where bad tugs lose their pull. That way, the next time your skin hums before your mouth can answer, you won't be spooked by the timing. You'll be grateful for the early warning, and glad you learned how to let feeling start the conversation while you, calmly and clearly, finish it. You see the world in slices, not continuously. What if your awareness isn't a flowing river, but a string of lights flicking on and off so quickly you mistake the blinks for continuity? Each moment assembled, displayed and replaced, like frames in a film your brain edits in real time. Start with a picture that respects biology. Your senses deliver bursts, not a perfect stream, and attention doesn't shine evenly. It pulses. Electrical rhythms in the brain rise and fall several times each second, and those waves gate how likely you are to notice a tiny flash, a faint touch, or a soft click. When the crest aligns with a stimulus, you're more likely to catch it, and when it lands in the trough, it can slip past unseen or unheard. You experience the result without jargon whenever a light seems steady, even though it flickers fast. Your perceptual system fuses the flicker into one glow, or when a speaker's words feel like grouped beats instead of an unbroken ribbon. Speech is carved into syllables and phrases that arrive in comfortable packets your brain can digest. Visual behavior adds another slice maker. Even when you stare still, your eyes deliver tiny refresh movements that keep the scene alive. During brief blinks, your system actually mutes input and then stitches the before and after into one continuous moment. If the world were truly continuous for you, you'd feel every flutter, every glitch of lighting, every tremble of your own muscles. Instead, you live inside well-spaced snapshots your brain binds together. The proof surfaces in everyday oddities. Watch a spinning fan through your phone camera and notice how the blades sometimes freeze or creep backward. That strobe-like reversal happens because sampling rates clash, and your mind favors whatever pattern makes the least trouble. Spin an LED toy and see letters hang in midair. The lights blink fast enough that your visual system treats their rapid points as a solid line. Listen to a metronome and clap along. Once you lock to the beat, it feels as if time itself is chunked into cells you can step on. Speed the clicks too much and your claps smear because the slices your body uses to plan movement can't shrink forever. Even reading betrays the discretization. Your eyes jump from word to word, parking for fractions of a second to grab meaning, then leaping again. Comprehension happens during the parks, not the leaps, and skilled readers learn a rhythm that matches the brain's preferred windows. None of this means reality is chopped. It means conscious access to reality is refreshed. Understanding that you see in slices isn't a curiosity. It's a handle you can grab to perform better, teach more clearly, and avoid mistakes. For performance, align action to the body's natural pacing. A basketball player who trains with a slightly pulsing dribble and deliberate gaze shifts will find the lane opens in beats. The pass that feels impossible between beats becomes obvious on one. A musician keeping relaxed subdivisions hears where notes belong, because the mind likes music that lands on its internal scansion. The groove is the partnership between external rhythm and internal refresh. In conversation, you already use slices when you pause at commas and emphasize verbs. Good speakers shape sentences into units the listener can catch in one perceptual breath. Try this. After making a key point, hold a micropause just long enough to let the audience's next frame start, then continue. You'll feel their attention latch. In safety-critical work, honor the slices explicitly. Pilots and surgeons use checklists, paced step by step, so that each item occupies a clean window rather than blurring into the next. If you must monitor a changing display, scan in a pattern and cadence, center, left, right, instruments, outside. Instead of jittering randomly, rhythm turns sampling into coverage. On the road, adopt a 2-beat glance rule at intersections instead of one long stare. 2 clean samples catch more than one smeared one. When learning, chunk on purpose. Organize material into short, meaningful packets and review them in space cycles. The brain stores what it can load per slice and strengthens it when slices repeat with rests between. Even stress regulation benefits. Synchronize a slow inhale-exhale with a quiet count, 4 in, 6 out, and let the count mark perceptual cells. Your body settles because prediction becomes easier when experience arrives on a known beat. You can demonstrate the slicing without any lab gear, and these tiny experiments will change the way you trust your continuous sense. In a dim room, wave your hand in front of a screen that uses pulse width modulated backlighting. If flicker is present, you'll see discrete steps where you expect smooth motion. Play 2 brief clicks very close together on a phone app. At some spacing, they merge into one sound, then separate again as you widen the gap, revealing the ear's binding window. Read a paragraph while softly tapping your finger at a comfortable pace. When the tap and your saccades slip into sync, the lines feel easier, and when you intentionally desynchronize, reading feels awkward. Your internal sampling and external input are fighting. Watch traffic at night, and you'll notice headlights jump toward you in comfortable increments. When rain or reflections make the visual field busy, your sense of motion worsens because the slices fill with noise. Try a productivity tweak. Set a quiet timer to chime every 25-30 minutes and treat the chime as a chance to reset attention. You'll find your day arranges into healthy blocks, instead of a false continuous grind, and your accuracy, especially on detail work, improves, because each block gives your brain a fresh start. There's a humility and a superpower in seeing through the illusion of continuity. The humility is recognizing how often we misjudge fast sequences because we assume we caught everything. Arguments about "you interrupted me" or "you missed my signal" soften when you know conversation lands in packets. It's possible 2 honest people sample different frames. Eyewitness certainty becomes less absolute when you accept that a crucial gesture could have fallen between your slices. The superpower is designing life in harmony with how attention actually works. If you build software, deliver changes with subtle motion and crisp timing so the user's next sample lands on what matters. If you write instructions, break steps into single beat actions that can each be pictured in one mental snapshot. If you teach children, clap a rhythm before introducing a challenging task and slip the first problem onto the beat. Even self-care can be recast. Instead of demanding constant focus, promise yourself focus for the next few beats. 1 email, 1 paragraph, 1 inhale, and let momentum grow naturally as frames succeed. And yes, there's philosophy here, but it's practical. The world is continuous, yet the mind's window opens and closes. Your best choices come when you respect both. So the next time you swear you witnessed a perfect flow, remember that your experience was a chain of frames polished to feel seamless. Use that insight not to doubt reality, but to navigate it wisely, sampling with intention, pacing your actions, and giving yourself just enough space between slices for correction and kindness to slip in. You're not aware of most movements you make. What if most of the you that moves through the day is a quiet orchestra you never hear? An army of tiny adjustments that plan, coordinate, and correct before your thoughts arrive, so that the version of you who claims credit is more like a commentator than a conductor. Start with an honest frame. Movement is not a single command from mind to muscle. It's a layered collaboration between fast spinal circuits, balance sensors in your inner ears, stretch and tension detectors in every limb, predictive calculators in the cerebellum, and goal-setting networks in cortex, all running in parallel. Before you stand, your body fires anticipatory postural adjustments, subtle activations in hips, back, and calves that brace you so you don't sway. Before you reach for a glass, the hand pre-shapes to the rim, and your shoulder stiffens just enough to counter the impending shift in weight. Before a foot lands, your ankle and toes are already tuning stiffness for the surface they expect. You don't feel most of this because the system suppresses its own noise. When the brain sends a motor command, it also sends a corollary discharge, a predictive copy, to sensory areas, telling them, some of what you're about to feel is self-caused. Don't treat it as news. That cancellation is why your own footsteps sound quieter to you than to others, why your voice feels less startling in your skull than on a recording, and why you can't tickle yourself. Your prediction subtracts the surprise. Meanwhile, proprioception, the sense of body position, streams in from muscle spindles and tendon organs. but it rarely reaches awareness unless something is wrong. It's background telemetry that keeps you upright, like a constant whisper from the joints saying, "All green, adjust 2 millimeters left." Even breathing, which you can control at will, mostly runs in the background off carbon dioxide levels and pressure signals, matched automatically to speech and effort. Your diaphragm times itself around your sentences without being asked. If you try to watch all of this at once, you can't. There is simply too much. Your nervous system evolved to automate movement so thought could serve bigger tasks. You can catch glimpses of this hidden workforce in ordinary moments once you know where to look. Watch a skilled typist's hands. The fingers travel to letters the eyes haven't consciously counted, guided by motor memories that map words to sequences. If you ask the typist to name the keyboard layout, they often hesitate, a sign that knowing how and knowing what live apart. Listen to yourself speak. Tiny muscles in the larynx and tongue hit precise positions hundreds of times a minute to shape vowels and consonants. Your brain monitors the sound of your own voice and adjusts pitch within a fraction of a second to stay on target, which is why sudden loud noise can derail your sentence. You are relying on feedback you don't normally notice. Try the force-matching illusion at home. Press your left finger against your right arm with moderate pressure. Then try to reproduce the same pressure using your right finger pressing your left arm. Most people overshoot when using their own finger because the brain discounts self-generated force, making it feel weaker than it is. Walk across different surfaces with eyes closed, carpet, tile, grass, and notice how your step smooths out by the second stride. Spinal central pattern generators handle the rhythm of walking, while sensory feedback tunes the details, so the system learns a surface while your mind thinks about the day. Hold a mug and then a heavier mug that looks identical. The first time you lift the heavier one, grip force spikes because your brain predicted the lighter weight. A few lifts later, the prediction is updated and the overshoot vanishes, all without a conscious memo. Athletes exploit and reveal these mechanisms constantly. A goalkeeper dives in the direction the body started preparing before the shot left the foot. A violinist's bow arm micro-corrects for bow hair friction and humidity. A climber's hips make tiny pendulum moves to keep the center of mass over the feet, while the conscious mind plans the next hold. In each case, the feeling of "I did that" arrives after a web of micro-movements prepared the way. If most movement is automated, do you lose agency? Not at all. You gain it by learning to set conditions and shape defaults so the right automatic processes fire. Begin with posture and breath, the base of every action. If you sit hunched, your neck and shoulders will run constant micro-contractions to keep the head from tipping. Your forearms will compensate at the keyboard. Fatigue will feel like mood. A 2-minute reset, feet flat, pelvis neutral, ribs stacked over hips, long exhale to soften the belly, tells the autopilots to pick a more efficient baseline. For fine tasks, give your system a clear goal picture before you move. Golfers do it with a target line. Cooks do it by picturing the cut. Public speakers do it by rehearsing first sentences aloud. The cerebellum loves a crisp outcome. When you know what good looks like, automatic corrections converge faster. Use constraints to teach without overthinking. If your knees cave inward on a squat, loop a light band around them and press out gently. The body learns alignment through sensation instead of 1,000 words. If your wrist collapses in push-ups, place small blocks under the palm to cue a neutral angle. In music, slow the passage to a tempo where the micro movements are clean, then climb back up. You're feeding the autopilot clean data at a manageable speed so it can build a reliable program. In daily life, reduce pointless friction so the right reflex wins. Put the water bottle where your hand lands when you stand. Keep shoes by the door you actually use. Set your phone to grayscale at night so your thumb's habit meets a dull screen and chooses sleep. You're not overpowering automation, you're programming it. Awareness helps most when something goes wrong. Sudden clumsiness, repeated small injuries, or mysterious fatigue can be movement stories in disguise. A stiff big toe forces the knee to twist, the hip to overwork, the low back to complain. The neck tension you blame on stress might be your eyes straining to focus, which triggers stabilizers up the chain. A jaw that clenches at night can throw off head posture by day, changing how shoulder blades glide. The fix isn't to micromanage every muscle, it's to change one upstream cue and let the cascade repair itself. Get the eyes checked, swap a chair for a standing interval, strengthen the feet so the ankles don't panic, practice long exhalations so the ribs can move again. If you've ever had a physical therapist tap a muscle you didn't know you had and your balance suddenly improved, you've felt how a tiny nudge can awaken a forgotten helper and quiet a tireless overworker. Even emotions ride on movement you don't notice. Anxiety lifts the shoulders, narrows the breath, shifts weight toward the toes. Calm drops the ribs, softens the jaw, and returns weight to the heels. If you change the pattern first, slow exhale, drop the tongue from the roof of the mouth, unclench the hands. The feeling often follows, not because you tricked yourself, but because the body's hidden movers stopped broadcasting threat. If you lead others, you can build systems that respect hidden movement. Teachers who let students fidget aren't indulgent. They're smart. Small motor outlets stabilize attention. Managers who structure breaks around natural ultradian ebbs in energy get better work than those who demand uninterrupted sat marathons. Coaches who cue outcomes invite superior automatic control compared to those who flood athletes with joint-by-joint commands. Designers can reduce injury with small interface changes. A button that affords a neutral wrist posture, a handle that allows the shoulder to glide, a keyboard angle that keeps the forearm quiet. All of this begins with humility. Most of what keeps a human moving is invisible and involuntary, and that invisibility is a feature, not a flaw. There's a gentle philosophy in this, one that dignifies both will and habit. Your conscious intentions set direction, but your body's vast, well-practiced crew carries you there, correcting gusts you never felt, and tightening bolts you didn't know were loose. Instead of trying to supervise every worker, you can choose to be a better captain. State the destination clearly, keep the deck uncluttered, and check the instruments that matter. Breath, balance vision, so the automatic systems can hum. Start noticing one quiet movement today. The way your hand preps for a door handle, the way your foot catches you on a curb, the way your ribs expand to finish a sentence, and let that attention become respect. Respect is the doorway to skill. Once you see how much is handled for you, you can train the few levers that shape the rest, moving through the world with less strain, more grace, and a new gratitude for the countless motions you never had to manage to call them. Honestly, yours. The voice in your head can speak without your intent. What if the voice in your head isn't a single narrator you summon, but a busy PA system that can switch on by itself, replaying a teacher's phrasing, arguing both sides of a choice, singing the one bar of a song you hate, so that language appears inside you without your permission? As if thought were a radio you share with a chatty station manager, begin with something grounding. Inner speech is a normal tool your brain uses to plan, rehearse, and keep track of intentions. And for many people, it runs automatically like a background captioner. It drafts sentences before you speak them, tests arguments, narrates steps, and compresses tangled feelings into words you can carry from one moment to the next. But because this tool is fast and helpful, the system often runs it even when you didn't ask. During mind wandering, while you're trying to sleep, or in the blank space after you've read a line and your eyes keep going. The uninvited voice also shows up as earworms and sticky phrases because language loves rhythm and completion. If a lyric or slogan hooks a familiar pattern, the brain will loop it to satisfy the urge to finish, the way your foot taps to a beat without being polled. Crucially, not everyone has a constant monologue. Some people think mostly in images, sensations, or wordless hunches, and their inner talk is sporadic. So if your head isn't full of sentences, you're not missing a feature, you're running a different mix. Likewise, a spontaneous inner voice is not the same as hearing an external voice. The former feels self-generated and shaped by your will when you choose to engage it. The latter feels alien and demands care from a clinician. Between those poles lies the everyday phenomenon this topic cares about. Words that start themselves, sometimes helpful, sometimes rude, sometimes simply noisy, and always worth understanding so you can collaborate with them instead of being dragged by them. To see how the voice can speak without intent, Notice the triggers: boredom, stress, repetition, and uncertainty. In boredom, the system entertains itself by narrating, because language is a cheap way to simulate action. If there's nothing to do, it writes imaginary dialogue. Under stress, the voice often turns into a safety officer, listing scenarios and worst-case scripts in the name of protection. It believes words will prepare you. In repetition, washing dishes, walking a familiar route, the body runs on autopilot, freeing the language networks to riff, which is why you suddenly hear an old teacher's tone while rinsing a plate. Uncertainty is the biggest microphone. When an outcome is unclear, inner speech tries on possibilities, rehearsing lines for conversations that may never happen, because rehearsal shrinks surprise. None of this makes you weak or broken. It shows how central language is to prediction and self-control. Still, the automatic voice can overreach. It can become a roommate who mutters criticisms, a commentator who narrates every move, or a bully who insists on replaying arguments in the quiet hour before sleep. The trick is not to crush the voice, which would also kill its gifts, but to shape its job description and give it good boundaries. You can learn this by running quick experiments that reveal how flexible inner speech really is. Try articulatory suppression. Hum a steady tone or chew gum while reading a sentence in your mind and watch how the inner voice blurs. Your mouth's small movements occupy the speech loop, proving that the monologue is embodied, not purely ethereal. Try shadowing. Play a podcast and repeat the words quietly, a beat behind. Notice how your own spontaneous commentary goes silent while you borrow someone else's stream. Try second-person reframing for a difficult task. Instead of, "I can't do this," say, "You can take the first small step," and feel how the voice shifts from critic to coach. Studies of self-talk show that switching pronouns can add distance and steadiness, the way good mentors speak to you in clear, simple lines. Try a worry appointment. When the voice ramps at night, write down a 5-minute slot tomorrow labeled "Think about X" and tell the voice you'll handle it then. Surprising numbers of intrusive loops fade because the system accepts the promise of a structured time, like a manager satisfied by a calendar invite. Try sensory anchoring. While the voice chatters, shift attention to one concrete input and keep the spotlight there for a dozen breaths. The narration may continue, but its volume drops when the foreground is occupied by sensation. Try a page purge the moment you wake. 3 minutes of handwriting without editing. By the second minute, the phrases grow simpler, and the tirade often resolves into a small, actionable item you can do. Call, clarify, cancel. That outcome teaches the voice what you actually value. Not endless narration, but next steps. Because the voice is part planner, part mimic, part historian. What you feed it shapes what it produces. If your inputs are mostly headlines and outrage, the automatic lines will echo conflict. If your day includes craft, the voice more often narrates process and grows practical. If you constantly multitask, the voice learns to interrupt. If you practice finishing one small thing at a time, the voice learns to conclude. You can train it like a colleague. Give it roles. In journals, create a column titled Observer and a column titled Advisor, and write short sentences in each. By separating description from suggestion, you reduce the muddle where the voice blends fact with fear. Give it scripts for recurring situations. When I notice catastrophizing, I will ask for one realistic alternative. Or, when I hear name-calling, I will translate it into need. Give it better lines to steal. Read clear prose and listen to calm speakers. The voice copies cadence and phrasing the way a hand copies handwriting. And yes, limit its airtime without shaming it. 5 minutes of intentional rumination. Set a timer. Write all the biting comebacks, and then a hard stop, followed by movement. Your body is the off switch because breathing, posture, and rhythm send quieter signals that the language centers respect. If you need emergency leverage, use the name trick. Label the voice as if it were a character, the planner, Captain Doom, the archivist, and thank it for the intention, then assign it a task it can. Personifying is not childish. It clarifies that the stream is inside you, but not identical to you. There's a social use for this knowledge too. When someone says, "I can't turn off my brain," they rarely need advice first. They need their experience normalized. Many minds speak uninvited, especially under load. After that, offer co-speech exercises. Walk while you talk, hold a warm cup, look out the window, and notice how gentle sensory tasks soften harsh lines. In teams, ask members to externalize inner drafts before debate. Have everyone write their first sentences silently and then read them, rather than letting the fastest talker set the script. You'll hear more considered voices and fewer reactive riffs. In classrooms, teach quiet scripting for performance anxiety. If my voice trembles, I will slow my first sentence and let breath finish a beat later. This replaces a panicked monologue with a single steady line. And in relationships, treat your partner's inner commentary with curiosity. When your head starts talking at night, what does it usually say first? Often the answer is surprisingly simple and solvable once spoken out loud. End with a gentle invitation. Don't try to exile the voice. Try to become its editor. It will speak sometimes without your intent. That is its nature, and at times its genius. It can warn, plan, soothe, and practice for you while your hands cook, or your feet carry you home. But when it loops, criticizes, or drowns out everything else, you are allowed to set margins and choose the genre. A few small practices, naming, scheduling, anchoring, reframing, moving, teach your inner broadcaster that you value clarity over noise and action over endless narration. Then the next time a sentence starts itself in your mind at midnight, you'll recognize it. Not an enemy, not a commandment, just a line from a helpful but over-eager colleague. You can thank it, file it, and return to the quiet where other kinds of knowing live. Image, rhythm, breath, the weight of a hand in yours. And trust that when you need words again, you'll invite them on purpose and they will come. You hear words that weren't said. What if your ears were less like microphones and more like clever detectives, filling gaps, correcting mistakes, and sometimes inventing whole words to keep the story smooth, so that you honestly hear things no mouth actually said, not because you're careless, but because the auditory brain would rather deliver meaning than surrender to noise. Start with a clean, practical truth. Speech is a messy signal. Consonants are brief and easily masked. Vowels smear together. Background sounds chew holes in syllables, and people talk fast. If you waited for perfect acoustics, you'd understand almost nothing. So your brain runs a powerful repair service. It leans on experience with language, on rhythm and intonation, on context from the sentence so far, and on expectations about what words tend to co-occur. And then it builds the most likely utterance from whatever shards arrive. Most of the time this feels like effortless comprehension. Sometimes it crosses the line into hearing what isn't there. You can watch this happen in illusions that require no special equipment. Play a short, ambiguous clip while looking at two different written prompts. First green needle, then brainstorm. And you'll likely hear the words you just read because your lexical system biases the interpretation. The acoustic seed stays the same while your perception blooms in two different directions. Loop a simple spoken phrase over and over, and the verbal transformation effect starts. Light morphs into white, life, like, or something stranger as your system tires of one pass and recruits nearby options that fit the rhythm. Listen to a monotonous sequence with two syllables alternating left and right, and suddenly, out of the repeating mush, phantom words emerge. Your mind strings the beats into familiar units because it is allergic to meaningless repetition. Synthwave speech is even more dramatic. Play a sentence stripped down to a few whistles, and it sounds like bird calls. Tell your brain, this is speech. Replay the same whistles, and comprehension snaps on. Now you hear words that, acoustically, never appeared. And then there's the argument that tore the internet. Laurel versus Yanni. The stimulus contained energy compatible with both, but your hearing, shaped by device, age, and focus, latched onto one set of cues and sold you a single confident word. None of these demonstrations make you gullible. They reveal an automatic contract your hearing has signed on your behalf, meaning first, acoustics second. Real life exploits and suffers from the same contract. In song lyrics, mondegreens happen because music stretches vowels and buries consonants. Your brain fills the gaps with the nearest sensible words and then insists it has always been that way. In busy classrooms or airports, the mind leans hard on prosody, the ups and downs of speech, to assign punctuation and emotion. With the wrong rhythm and emphasis, "I didn't say he stole the money" splinters into 7 different meanings you can hear without any change in the words. At a party, you hear your name across the room because salience primes a template. Closeness to that pattern lights up attention, and you perceive a word that might have been only a syllable. In rapid conversation, the brain favors real words over non-words, lexical bias. An ambiguous sound placed between kiss and spot will more often be heard as kiss the spot than kiss a spot, because "the" is more statistically likely in that slot, even if the speaker actually said "a." And when the world gets loud, your system can claim continuity where there was none. A moment of noise between 2 speech fragments is often welded into a continuous phrase in your experience. Your ears didn't hear the middle, but your brain refuses a hole where a sentence should be. On the flip side, you can also hear differences that aren't in the air, because your experience makes fine distinctions. Native speakers of a language carve the sound space into categories, and that carving determines what they perceive. 2 utterances that are physically close but straddle a category. Boundary can sound like different words, while 2 that are physically farther apart but sit inside one category sound the same. The point is not to shame hearing, but to understand its bargain. It buys speed and comprehension by betting on likely words, and like any betting system, it wins often and loses conspicuously. You can use this knowledge to listen smarter instead of harder. First, separate the guess from the signal in moments that matter. If a key sentence at work or in a relationship lands fuzzily, don't trust the first obvious version. Repeat back the exact words you believe you heard. Did you say "move the deadline" or "remove the deadline"? And invite correction. Second, change the channel of evidence. Move closer, slow the talker, ask for the sentence in different words, or watch the face. Even without relying on lip-reading illusions, seeing the mouth improves timing and syllable edges, sharpening your pass. Third, reduce priming when accuracy beats comfort. Hide subtitles for a first pass. Avoid reading comments before hearing a clip. And don't let labels, urgent, warning, precede audio unless urgency is the goal. You're cutting expectations leash so the signal gets a fair trial. Fourth, train your ear on contrasts that matter in your world. Musicians drill minimal pairs of rhythms. Language learners practice phoneme pairs that their first language collapses. Call center staff rehearse names and numbers against noise, so automatic repair doesn't upgrade a 7 to an 11. Fifth, pace your conclusions. If an ambiguous voice message could mean 2 things, write both down before you decide. The simple act of listing alternatives keeps the fast system from crowning a winner by momentum alone. Sixth, design your own speech so others don't have to hallucinate clarity. Front-load important words. Favor crisp consonants over similar-sounding synonyms in noisy rooms. Left versus west is safer than westbound. And use numbers with check digits. 505, that's 505, to give the listener multiple hooks. There's a kinder side to all of this. It softens blame when people hear you wrong. Many disputes are not lies, but repairs gone differently. 2 auditory brains filling the same gap with different likely words. Knowing that, you can negotiate meanings rather than litigate who heard the truth. It also reframes the inner soundscape. The song stuck in your head, or the phrase that pops up at midnight, isn't proof you're distracted. It's your auditory system practicing completion loops. The same loops that let you understand a whisper on a windy street. You can thank them and then park them by humming a neutral pattern, switching to instrumental music, or reciting a brief known poem to overwrite the loop's rhythm. And there's wonder here worth keeping. The fact that you can conjure words from whistles, hear names in noise, and stabilize sloppy sentences into clear meaning isn't a flaw. It's a daily miracle of patterning that lets language survive cafes, car engines, crowded trains, and late-night confessions on bad connections. The skill is to know when that miracle turns into overreach. So the next time your ears deliver a sentence that lands a little too perfectly in your expectations, Add one gentle move. Ask for a second hearing from the world if you can, from your own careful attention if you can't. You'll be surprised how often the ghost word vanishes, the real word appears, and the conversation, freed from your brain's helpful invention, becomes sharper, kinder, and truer than the version your mind tried to protect. Your focus creates a tunnel. Most of the world disappears. What if concentration were less like turning on a brighter light and more like narrowing a beam until the whole room goes dim, so that when you lock onto one goal, your nervous system deliberately lowers the volume on almost everything else, leaving you inside a useful tunnel where the target pops and the rest of reality thins. Begin with what's practical and honest about attention. It's not a general increase of awareness, but a selective boost. A yes to a small set of features, and by necessity, a quiet no to the rest. When you decide what matters, letters on a page, a rival's shoulder in sport, the tiny click of a safe latch, your brain amplifies neurons tuned to those features and actively suppresses neighbors carrying different information. That suppression is a feature, not a flaw. It reduces interference, so the signal you need is crisp, reaction times drop, and noise stops tugging at you. But the same mechanism makes most of the world disappear. Peripheral details fade, unexpected events slip by, and even other senses dim. Deep focus on vision can shrink hearing, and hard listening can mute vision. You can feel this narrowing in small ways every day. You answer a text in a cafe and lose the song that was loud a second ago. You thread a needle and forget your coffee is cooling at your elbow. You lock onto the cursor while editing video and miss that your posture has collapsed. In driving, your eyes chase the car you mean to pass, and the cyclist you didn't expect barely exists until they're too near. In gaming, a flashing objective marker becomes the whole world, and a quiet threat outside the frame doesn't register. None of this means you're careless. It means attention behaves like a zoom lens with aggressive background blur, and your system uses it because on average, a clear subject beats a busy mess. The tunnel tightens when load is high, and when expectations are strong. Load first. If the task strains working memory, multi-step math, multitasking under pressure, your brain spends more budget on the target and less on monitoring the margins. That's why a pilot under heavy workload can miss a simple indicator change, or a coder on a tricky bug can stare past a glaring error comment. All available spotlight is already spoken for. Expectation next. When you prepare for a certain kind of thing, watch for red jerseys, listen for a high beep. The gatekeeper of attention sets filters that preferentially pass those features and downrank others. Useful, until the world violates your filter. A delivery scooter in a grey jacket blends with pavement. A low hum that signals trouble gets ignored because you primed for a beep. Even professionals fall into the tunnel under the right conditions. Radiology studies show that adding an unexpected shape to a scan can be missed by experts when they're hunting for a specific pathology. Competitive drivers talk about target fixation, where staring at the hazard increases the chance of steering into it. Climbers who focus too tightly on the next hold forget that their foot is resting on a crumbly edge. The point isn't to scold attention, it's to learn its terms. Every yes costs a no, and the cost rises with load, expectation, speed, and stress. You can work with this rather than against it by building deliberate rituals that widen the tunnel at the right moments without wrecking your focus. Start with a micro-scan habit. Before committing to an action, sweep your senses in a fast pattern that takes one breath. Eyes center left right, ears for anything odd, body check for tension, and then act. It adds a second. It removes accidents. Adopt rhythmic glances in dynamic tasks. Cyclists look far near mirrors every few seconds. Photographers check corners horizon subject before pressing the shutter. Chefs scan heat hands knife fire as they move. Rhythm turns widening into muscle memory. Use task brackets to avoid overstay in the tunnel. Decide before you start that you'll resurface at the end of the song or after 3 pages or when the timer chimes at 25 minutes. When the bracket arrives, you perform the microscan and reset posture, hydration, and plan. Switch between focused and open modes on purpose. For 5 minutes, practice open monitoring. Sit and let sounds, sights, and body sensations come and go without chasing anyone. This trains the brain's broad awareness network, so it's available when you need it. Then return to narrow focus. You'll find it easier to reopen later under pressure. In conversations, resist the tunnel that forms around the next clever thing you want to say. Instead, set a rule to reflect one concrete detail from the other person before you add your point. You mentioned the Tuesday deadline, so it keeps you from missing the thing that actually matters to them. In emails and specs, fight tunnel-led misreads by reversing the highlight. Read once for task words, verbs, dates, numbers, and a second time for constraints and exceptions. Unless, except, not. That second pass catches the clause your first pass filtered out. Designers and leaders can respect the tunnel by shaping environments that reduce dangerous disappearances. In interfaces, never rely on a single subtle cue for critical changes. Pair motion with contrast and a brief pause so the event lands inside the user's next attention. Frame. Group related elements tightly and separate the rest with space. Proximity and white space help the brain build correct objects, reducing the need to tunnel to find them. In physical spaces, remove visual chaff near high-stakes controls. Fewer irrelevant edges mean less suppression elsewhere. Teachers should deliver information in chunks with clear pauses. Floods of detail force students into a panic tunnel where only the loudest fact survives. Managers can schedule deep work blocks adjacent to buffer time. Asking for instant answers keeps teams stuck in a narrow groove where creativity, an open mode skill, can't breathe. And everyone should audit alarms. If everything pings, nothing does. Set a ladder of urgency so the one that must break the tunnel actually can. You can also feel and fix the bodily side of narrowing. When attention tightens, breath often climbs high in the chest, shoulders rise, jaw clamps, and foveal vision takes over while peripheral sensitivity drops. 2 practices reverse it in seconds. First, physiological sigh. Inhale through the nose. Take a second small top-up sip of air, then long exhale through the mouth. 2 repetitions lower arousal and reopen the periphery. Second, soft eyes. With head still, let your gaze relax so you're aware of the edges of the room. Hold for 10 slow counts, then return to the task. Your tunnel will be wider, but your aim won't suffer. Pair these with posture resets, ribs over pelvis, feet grounded, and the tunnel becomes a choice instead of a trap. None of this is an argument against deep focus. The tunnel is why novels get finished, surgeries succeed, songs get written, and a child's shoelace is tied even in a crowded hallway. The wisdom is knowing when to let it narrow and when to reopen. The world is richer than your filter, and sometimes kinder. The colleague with the answer is in the periphery you're ignoring. The hazard you don't expect is exactly the one you'll miss. The idea you need lives just outside the flashlight circle. So train both capacities. The clean beam that makes the subject sharp, and the gentle lantern that keeps the room visible. Before your next decisive move, send, swing, turn, say, give yourself one breath of lantern, then return to the beam. Most days, that single glow around your focus is the difference between doing one thing brilliantly and doing it brilliantly without letting the rest of the world quietly disappear. When 2 sounds are simultaneous, you hear them in sequence. Imagine 2 stones dropped into a still pond at the exact same instant. In physics, the ripples launch together, but in your experience of sound, the rings rarely arrive as one. Your brain prefers a story with a beginning and a next. So when 2 sounds hit at once, 2 clicks, 2 notes, 2 knocks, you often hear them in sequence, as if one must have led and the other followed, because your auditory system quietly sorts simultaneity into an order it can use. Start with the mechanics that make this plausible without any mystique. The ear is not a stopwatch. It is a living filter with moving parts. Sound funnels down the canal, shakes the eardrum, pushes the tiny bones, and drives a traveling wave along the coiled membrane of the inner ear. High pitches are picked up near the base, low pitches farther toward the apex. That trip takes time, which means different frequencies reach their best sensing spots at slightly different moments. Loudness and context also change neural timing. Stronger signals can trigger earlier responses than weaker ones, and a sound that arrives in a cluttered scene may be detected later than the same sound in silence. Put those facts together, and simultaneous in air becomes staggered in your nerves by just enough for the brain to make a call. And the brain likes calls. It has short windows, roughly a few dozen milliseconds long, during which it groups sound energy into single events. When energy from two sources falls into that window, it tends to fuse them into one coherent moment, but the fusion often comes stamped with an implied order based on tiny timing, loudness and frequency advantages, what started the bundle and what finished it. You can feel this if you give yourself simple, safe tests. Load a click generator on your phone and play 2 very brief taps through headphones at nearly the same time. Nudge their separation until you can barely tell there are 2. Near that threshold, your judgments will wobble, sometimes A then B, sometimes B then A, even when the physical order is fixed, because your system is resolving a tie with nervous noise. Play 2 tones of different pitch that start together. Some people hear the higher or the sharper attack as first because high frequencies get a tiny head start in the ear, and because different instruments have different onset shapes that bias your passing. Ask a friend to clap 2 books together on your left and right sides at the same instant. You may still point to one side as if it sounded earlier. Switch rooms and repeat. The room's reflections skew timing further, and your brain's localization system will crown one clap the leader and treat the other as an echo, even though they were launched together. This precedence habit is useful outdoors where echoes confuse location. It also guarantees that perfect simultaneity gets bent into a usable sequence. The effect deepens once you add attention and expectation. If you're told, listen for the bell, a bell paired with a click at the same moment often feels like it started the event because your brain weights expected features more heavily in the first frame. If you shine a light with one sound, vision can tug the timeline, a cross-sense nudge that makes the sound near the flash feel earlier. This is why a video edit can make a music hit seem late or tight without changing the audio. Your eyes are biasing the order. The reverse happens in darkness. Without visual anchors, the ear leans harder on its own priors, and a brighter or nearer sound wins the race to first. Masking, the way one sound covers another, also breeds false sequence. A hiss that shares frequencies with a consonant can bury its start. When the vowel blooms, your brain retroactively assigns the consonant to just before, so you hear an onset that physics hid. In busy environments, your auditory cortex splits the world into streams based on pitch, timbre, and rhythm. When 2 streams change together, your mind will still prefer to assign a cause and then effect, rather than accept exact coincidence, because order predicts better than simultaneity does. A drummer knows this intuitively. 2 sticks striking rim and head at once rarely feel like one to a listener unless the room and the mics are controlled. Any tiny mismatch becomes a flammed 1-2 that the audience swears was intended. A conductor knows it too. Brass and strings can attack together on the score, but the ear hears sectional order unless the players shape the envelope so the group onset truly merges. This quirk isn't just interesting, it's actionable. In communication, say critical words without pairing them to competing sounds. If you must layer, give the core message a leading edge, a crisp consonant, or a half-beat pre-cue, so it claims first, and the rest reads as support. In alarms, avoid simultaneous multi-tone bursts that fight, stagger components by a hair, or give one a sharper attack, so users perceive a clear start, rather than an ambiguous blend that minds split into an accidental sequence. In user interfaces and games, if a flash and a beep mark the same moment, align their onsets and give the beep a fast rise. Otherwise, users may complain the sound is late, even when your timestamps match. In music production, tidy supposed unisons by editing onsets or sculpting transients. What meters call simultaneous your listeners will experience as flam, unless you shape the envelope. In meetings, if 2 people interject at once, encourage one to repeat immediately and the other to follow. The repetition resolves the false order that half the room just heard and reduces needless friction. In safety, teach yourself a tiny pause when deciding causal sequence from quick noises. Brake slam, then horn, or horn, then brake. because your first impression may just be your ear's bias toward giving events an order. For language learners and call center staff, practice with near simultaneous pairs. Numbers, minimal word contrasts, under light noise to build resilience against the brain's urge to impose sequence on fused sounds. Repeating back exactly what you think you heard, word for word, not paraphrase, catches the moment when an invented order slipped in. You can also reduce mischief by designing your own day around how your ear slices time. If you record podcasts, clap once before speaking and let the room decay. That anchor makes later simultaneous mouth noises and keyboard taps less likely to be misordered by listeners. If you mix audio for classrooms or public spaces, pick one reinforcement source to lead by a few milliseconds and keep others slightly behind. The system will fuse them rather than presenting an unsettling cascade. If you coach athletes, explain, don't stare at the hazard in sound terms. The brain's precedence reflex turns whatever you attend to into the start of the auditory scene, and your body tends to follow perceived starts. Put your attention, and therefore your timing, on the escape path instead. Even at home, you can hear your own bias. When a kettle begins to whistle right as a message pings, you'll often swear one happened before the other. Check the timestamps and smile at how the mind cleaned up a tie game by awarding one team the first goal. The larger lesson is gentle and liberating. Your brain's job is to convert an unruly world into a sequence of useful moments. When simultaneity confuses prediction, it assigns an order and moves on. That's a feature most of the time. Wisdom is knowing when to let that reflex stand and when to check it, by replaying the clip, by asking the witness to repeat the sentence, by giving one sound a clear head start when it matters. If you treat the urge to hear first, then, as a habit rather than a verdict, you get the best of both worlds, a mind that keeps rhythm well enough to live by, and a practice that corrects it when the beat it imposes isn't the beat the world actually played. You can smell something that isn't present. What if your nose were less a passive sensor and more a storyteller that sometimes paints a vivid scene when the stage is empty? So you honestly smell coffee in a cold kitchen, smoke in a safe room, rain before the sky breaks, or a loved one's cologne in an empty hallway, not because you're fanciful, but because the olfactory brain would rather deliver a useful, coherent world than wait for perfect evidence. Begin with how smell actually works. Volatile molecules ride air currents into your nose and dock with receptors high in the nasal cavity. Each receptor responds to families of shapes, and the pattern of activity across hundreds of receptor types forms a kind of chemical chord that your brain reads as orange peel, or wet soil, or burnt toast. But crucially, those chords are interpreted inside a network that is deeply tied to memory and emotion. The olfactory bulb projects to limbic structures before the signal ever reaches the usual thinking cortex. So smell is primed by what you expect, what you fear, and what you remember. Put context and expectation in place, and the mind gladly finishes the picture. If a room looks newly cleaned, many people smell lemon, even when the air is blank. If a wine carries a prestige label, drinkers report oak, vanilla, or tobacco that a blind test fails to find. If a pan pops in another apartment, your brain grabs the nearest plausible script, smoke, and raises a scent that feels real. This is not deception so much as mixture completion. A few whiffs that hint at a learned blend will trigger the whole experience in your head, the same way a couple of piano notes summon the rest of a familiar tune. Then, there are after effects that mirror visions after images. Sit in a bakery a long while and step outside. Bread follows you even though the air is clean. Your receptors have adapted and your brain continues the story. It was telling to stabilize perception. Press from the opposite angle and the scent appears from nothing. In quiet hours or during stress, phantosmia, a true phantom smell, can emerge as smoke, chemical or perfume with no external source, a top-down wave from memory systems washing backward through olfactory maps. People recovering from colds or other disruptions sometimes meet parosmia, in which ordinary smells are remapped into strange distortions. And in that flux, the brain's guesses can dominate. A harmless kitchen whiff becomes burnt. A floral note turns metallic. and the sense of reality is forced to argue with a very convincing internal print. Even healthy noses stage tiny illusions every day. Much of taste is actually smell traveling from the mouth up to the nose. Retronasal olfaction, when expectation frames the bite. Cinnamon cookie, strawberry yogurt. The brain recruits those learned aromas so strongly that people tasting neutral mixtures report spices and fruits that never touch the recipe. Smell is also wired to rhythm and cycles. You tend to sniff in pulses, and between pulses the brain carries forward the last good guess, just as it smooths vision between blinks. In those brief gaps, suggestion can become sensation. If that feels unsettling, turn it into a skill. Learn to separate signal from suggestion in the places where false smells matter, and learn to harness suggestion where it helps. For accuracy, start by changing channels. When you think you smell something important, gas, smoke, spoilage, get moving air between you and the source, step to a different room, or go outside and return. True odors flow with currents, but phantoms travel with you. Ask another nose before you act on a costly hunch. Olfaction varies wildly between individuals, and a second sniffer often breaks the spell. Strip labels when possible. Taste and smell blind once before you read the menu or the bottle, because text is a potent primer that can conjure oak from typography alone. Pace your sniffs. Professionals don't inhale hard in panic. They take short, spaced samples and rest with clean air between. Plain room air beats coffee beans for resetting, and a sip of water plus a minute away is better than frantic huffing. Learn the trigeminal tell. Many smells are actually feelable irritations. Menthol cool, ammonia burn, wasabi sting, that announce themselves in the eyes and throat. If the sensation is more tingle than aroma, treat it as a separate channel and verify with care. Build a tiny library of clean references at home. Vinegar, vanilla, fresh orange peel, isopropyl alcohol, and revisit them occasionally. Anchoring your nose to known chords reduces the urge to fill gaps with fantasy. If phantoms intrude while you're anxious or overtired, try a simple reset. Step outside. Breathe gently through the mouth for a minute to let nasal receptors rest. Then take 3 light nose sniffs facing a neutral breeze. You're telling your system to stop finishing the story and start sampling again. Keep a brief scent log for a week. Time, place, what you noticed. What you were thinking, because patterns jump out. The smoke that always appears when you read in bed may be an internal echo coupled to a lamp's warm light. The gas, right after workouts, might be a retronasal note from metabolism plus hot dust on a fan. Bringing pattern to consciousness steals authority from the illusion. On the creative side, suggestion is your ally. Chefs whisper aroma into food names and plating, so your nose meets the dish halfway. Call a scoop, roasted apple, and a neutral base can bloom like an orchard once cinnamon dust and warm color prime the mind. Call it plain custard, and the same volatiles die on the tongue. Perfumers compose with absence as much as presence. One bright top note and a few subtle hints can make the brain supply an entire bouquet because it prefers plausible fullness over sparse truth. Event designers use gentle scent to set mood, but the ethical path is restraint. Familiar. Light cues tied to context, bread near bread, pine near wreaths, rather than manipulative fog that converts shoppers' guesses into purchases they never intended. Athletes and performers can build anchor scents into routines. A drop of the same mild citrus before practice and competition cues the nervous system into a practice state. Here you're using the brain's eagerness to complete patterns to your advantage. Even at home you can trade illusions for comfort. If burnt phantoms visit at night, make a small ritual of real benign smells. Lavender on the pillowcase, a fresh soap in the bathroom. So the first sniff after waking finds a safe anchor. The mind that frames the night with clean linen is less eager to invent smoke. Safety deserves a clear paragraph of care. If you repeatedly notice the same alarming phantom, especially smoke, gas, or a sharp chemical, and no one else can detect it, treat it as information, not panic. Rule out real sources with simple steps. Check the stove, look for scorched outlets, ventilate. Then consider ordinary body triggers: dehydration, stress, nose dryness from aircon or heaters, recent viral illness. If the experience is frequent, novel, or arrives with other unusual sensations, headache auras, brief confusion, new taste distortions, seek medical input. Most causes are benign or manageable, and you'll learn faster with a clinician's eyes and, yes, nose on the case. Build redundancy into environments where odor is critical. Pair gas detectors with alarms your ears and eyes can't ignore. Keep use-by dates visible to spare your nose the job of deciding, and teach kids and co-workers that "I smell smoke" is always worth a calm, collective check. There's a gentle philosophy under the science that makes everyday life kinder. Realize that smell, more than any sense, is a collaboration between the world and your story of it. That collaboration is why the scent of petrichor, earthy geosmin, and a puff of ozone feels like childhood rain before the first drop lands. The molecules are small, but the memory is huge, and your brain welcomes it in, sometimes early. It's why a sweatshirt can carry someone's presence months after they're gone. The cloth holds faint volatiles, but it's your limbic system that enlarges them into a room-filling company. And there's mercy in letting it. It's why a newly scrubbed house smells safe, even when safety lives mostly in habits and locks. Knowing that your mind can smell what isn't present doesn't cheapen these moments. It clarifies them, and with clarity you gain choice. Use suggestion where it comforts and binds, rituals, anchors, shared meals, and challenge it where it misleads. Labels, panic, snap judgments. When a ghost odor arrives, meet it with curiosity instead of obedience. Is there air moving? Does anyone else notice? What changes if I step outside and back? Give the world the first chance to answer. Most days, you'll find that reality and imagination co-author what you call a scent, and that your best life comes from letting them collaborate wisely. Let memory season truth. Let truth correct memory and breathe lightly, patiently, until the story in your nose matches the air in your world. You can mentally teleport to other times while awake. What if your mind carried a quiet door you can step through at noon without moving a muscle? One moment you're in the present, the next you're standing in a kitchen from 10 years ago, or walking a street that doesn't exist yet but already feels worn under your shoes, so that while fully awake you can teleport in time, visiting scenes your brain constructs with such sensory richness that your heartbeat, posture, and choices shift as if you were really there. Begin with the honest architecture of this trick. The system that lets you remember is largely the same one that lets you pre-live, and its job is not to replay the past or predict the future like a calendar, but to build scenes, locations, faces, sounds, and the feeling of me here, now, embedded in a moment. When you drift into a daydream and see your childhood bedroom in afternoon light, or you imagine a meeting next week down to the scrape of chair legs and the weight of your bag, you're recruiting a network whose specialty is stitching together the where, who, and what of experience. It's why recollection and imagination share the same texture in your body. The benefit is enormous. By mentally trying on tomorrow, you can detect flaws and opportunities without paying real costs. Discover you'll need an umbrella, anticipate a question, rehearse a boundary with someone you love. The cost is that this teleporter works so smoothly, you can forget it's an editor, not a time machine. It compresses stretches that don't matter to the story, fills gaps with likely details, and colors scenes with your current mood. That's why you can remember an old vacation more vividly when you're relaxed in the evening, and plan a daunting task more confidently after a small win. The door you step through is painted by the feelings you bring to it. You can watch mental time travel alter the present in small, testable ways. Picture, for 90 seconds, arriving home after a successful day. Put keys down, see the angle of sunset, hear the first hiss from the kettle. When you return, your posture is often taller, and decisions lean forward because your body briefly borrowed the future you pictured. Do the reverse. Imagine botching an avoidable step and the same muscles tighten, nudging you to prepare. This is not superstition. It's an economy of preparation. The brain lets you simulate outcomes and then updates priorities, like a pilot running a checklist, because she has flown the failure in her head. Even mundane habits ride this teleporter. Event-based intentions. When I pass the grocery, buy lemons. Succeed more than vague time-based ones. At 5 p.m., buy lemons. Because your mind ties the action to a place and a future now you've already stepped into. When the real street corner appears, you feel a tiny tug from the visit you pre-took. Athletes exploit the same leverage by walking through plays from field level instead of hovering as a spectator. The nearer the simulated camera sits to the eyes you'll use on game day, the more the body recognizes the moment when it arrives. Creators use it by writing a page from the night they launch, which flushes out what's missing today. Even conflict can be softened by traveling to the conversation before it happens. Not to script the other person, but to practice a tone and a boundary so your present-day voice can find them under stress. The point isn't to idolize imagination. It's to name a routine you already run and use it on purpose, because the teleporter is powerful, it deserves guardrails. Left to roam, it can drag you into sticky rewinds, rumination, or into catastrophic previews that feel like certainty. 2 small skills keep simulations helpful. First, frame a clear scene. Next Tuesday's presentation is fog. Standing on the left side of the conference room, laptop plugged into the nearest outlet. 3 faces in the first row. Slide 1 with a single headline is a place your brain can build. When the scene is concrete, your simulation highlights specific missing pieces, adapter, water, a shorter opening, rather than amplifying a general dread. Second, tie imagination to an action. After pre-living a situation, finish with one behavior you can do now, or put on a list. Email the deck. Print 2 copies. Decide first sentence. Without that exit, the time travel can loop. You'll visit again and again and call it preparation while nothing changes. A related tool, mental contrasting, prevents rosy traps. Picture the desired future in detail. Then, in the same breath, picture the biggest obstacle that would stop you tomorrow morning. The contrast writes the recipe for today. If the obstacle is, I'll be tired, the action becomes, shift bedtime. If it's, I avoid opening the dock, the action is, commit to 5 ugly minutes at 9 a.m. You are not bullying yourself. You are aligning the teleporter's images with levers in the room you're actually in. There are pitfalls to respect. The mind's camera has habits. It telescopes time. Last month feels nearer than it was. Distant plans feel generous with hours you won't really have. And it edits outcomes. Past failures can be filed under lessons too quickly. Future successes can be storyboarded without the boring steps. Emotion leans on the lens. When anxious, you preview social scenes with threat filters that turn neutral faces into critics. When elated, you budget for a week as if every day will carry today's energy. Knowing this, you can add 2 stabilizers. One is external friction. Put dates, travel times, and costs in front of your eyes while you simulate. The venue is 35 minutes away at rush hour. So fantasy meets facts early. The other is multiple takes. Run 3 different futures, not one. The best case, the base case, and the salvage plan. The teleporter then feels less like prophecy and more like a rehearsal studio, and you exit with flexibility instead of brittle hope. If your mind loves to replay old hurts, time travel can still help, on purpose. Visit the scene with today's knowledge and watch for the move you wish past you had made. Then bring that single move into the next similar moment, where it belongs. You're not rewriting history. You're delivering an upgrade to a future copy of the same problem. If you teach, lead, or parent, you can give others a better teleporter. When people are stuck, ask for a postcard from the near future. Write 3 sentences from tonight at 8 p.m. after you've taken the first step. This forces a scene and a boundary. It shrinks the leap from finish the project to send the first email. Teams can do pre-mortems. Imagine a future where the plan failed and list the reasons, then solve the top 2 in the present. The exercise licenses honesty by placing it later. In care work, help someone who fears an appointment by walking through the room, the order of events, who says what first. Clarity doesn't erase fear, but it returns agency. Designers of tools can respect mental time travel by making future states visible. Progress bars that preview stages, calendars that show travel between commitments, checklists that live where they'll be used, so the brain's simulations grab real handles. Even self-care can be designed for the traveler you are. If your mornings evaporate, Pack a time capsule the night before. Lay out the 3 objects future you needs to start. A filled water bottle, the open document, the reminder sticky where your hand lands. You are leaving souvenirs in a place you haven't walked yet, so when you arrive, you recognize the path and continue. End with the kindest use of this power. Choose, briefly each day, a small trip that makes the present gentler. Step into tomorrow morning and feel yourself grateful that you wrote one patient message tonight. Step into next month and feel your shoulders drop because you said no once this week. Step into an ordinary evening where you took a slow walk after dinner, and because you pre-lived it, you take it now. Mental time travel is not a party trick. It's a birthright your brain uses to keep you safe, creative, and prepared. When you know you're doing it, you can aim it. Build scenes instead of fog. Couple them to actions. Check the facts that scenery tends to hide and practice returning kindly to the only place you can act, the present, carrying a map drawn from futures you visited and a softer story about pasts you learned from but no longer live in. You might not remember if you did something or just imagined it. What if one of the most ordinary frights in adult life, that flicker of doubt over the stove knob, the door lock, the sent email, wasn't carelessness but a design feature of memory? The same machinery that lets you vividly rehearse an action also lets that rehearsal feel so real that later you can't tell whether you performed the thing or merely imagined it. Start with the plain architecture behind that confusion. Your brain doesn't store a tidy checkbox that says done. It stores episodes made of sensations, intentions, and outcomes. When you picture an action, twisting the key, turning the burner, dropping the letter, your imagery system recruits many of the same circuits you use to actually do it. You see the knob, you feel the turn in a faint echo, you hear the click, and your motor system runs a low-power pattern that resembles the real move. Because the stamps for doing and for vividly imagining share parts, the record you later consult can be ambiguous, especially for routine acts that leave few distinct cues. The brain tries to sort it out with reality tags. Real episodes tend to include richer, messier sensory detail, the cool metal's exact texture, a neighbor calling as you fumbled the keys, a clear time and place anchor, and traces of feedback, resistance, sound, the door's weight shifting. Imagined episodes are cleaner, goal-forward, and often lack those micro-surprises. But stress, fatigue, speed, distraction, and repetition erode those tags. When you always lock the same door, in the same way, while thinking about something else, the done memory gets compressed, gist without grit, and a vivid mental rehearsal you did 2 minutes later can masquerade as the original. This isn't a bug unique to the forgetful. It's a trade your brain makes in favor of efficiency. Professionals run into it. A nurse performing a familiar protocol after a long shift, a pilot setting a common switch during a busy approach, a coder committing a quick change at 2 a.m. Each can feel certain and be wrong because the sense of completion was borrowed from a run-through rather than a record of feedback. Eyewitnesses suffer a cousin of the problem. Thinking repeatedly about what must have happened during a brief glance can harden that guess into a memory that later resists correction. And all of us see it in micro at home. You rehearse a reply so clearly that later you swear you sent it. You picture adding salt and suddenly cannot swear you did. You visualize taking your vitamins so often that one day your certainty is no longer proof. None of this means your memory is broken. It means your simulator is powerful, and sometimes it stamps the passport without the trip. You can feel the edges of this mix-up with small tests. Try writing your signature in the air with your eyes closed. Half the sensation of having signed is there, including a ghost of muscle flow. Imagine walking from your front door to the closest corner store. Your head may tilt, and your eyes may ping to where the landmarks would be. Picture yourself sending a message. Your thumb may twitch toward a familiar corner of an imaginary screen. That motor echo is useful. It speeds skill, strengthens plans, calms nerves, but it also fuels source confusion. Later, when you ask, "Did I do it or did I just think about it?" The echo answers too loudly. There are also situations that prime mistakes. Routine actions done under distraction are the worst. Locking while talking, dosing while watching a clip, switching the iron off while mentally composing a text. Urgent contexts are next. You pre-live the step to go faster. The pre-living is vivid. The tag gets muddy. Repetition adds danger. The more times you imagine the same step, the more familiar it feels, and familiarity masquerades as truth. Finally, conflicting states trick you. If you rehearsed an action in daylight and then try to recall it at night, the scene mismatch makes the memory feel less yours, which paradoxically can push you to redo a perfectly completed task or to wave away a missed one as surely done because your mental rehearsal looks crisp in the dark. The point is not to stop imagining. Rehearsal is one of your best tools, but to separate rehearsal from record when accuracy matters. Practical fixes are simple, kind and powerful because they give your memory extra tags to work with. First, distinctive closure. Add a tiny, unusual flourish when you finish an action. Say, locked out loud. Touch the doorframe with 2 knuckles. Place the pill bottle upside down until the next day. Turn the stove knob to a specific marker and snap a quick photo the first week you practice. The flourish becomes a cue. When you later check your mind, the odd tag stands out in a way a generic, "I always do this" does not. Second, single task the irreversible. Pause the podcast before you measure medicine. Put the phone face down before you hit send. Stop walking while you pocket the key. You're buying 10 seconds of cleaning coding so the memory stores with richer feedback. Third, externalize completion. Checklists you tick as you act, not afterward. Small done cards you flip. A whiteboard where today's non-negotiables get erased only when finished. These humble tools aren't for the forgetful. They're for people whose minds are busy and simulations are strong. Fourth, implementation phrases. Before a task, quietly say a crisp line that ties time and place. When I set the kettle down, I turn off the burner. So your rehearsal is linked to a situational trigger. When the trigger fires, the action and its sensory tags are more likely to glue together. Fifth, photo proofs with expiration. Snap the locked door or unplugged iron only during a training week, then delete nightly. You teach your brain what proof feels like and wean yourself back to internal cues. Sixth, 2-person rules for critical steps at work. One acts, the other calls the state. Hearing the confirmation creates a second, auditory tag that resists later confusion. Seventh, schedule a doubt window. If you are prone to rechecking, give yourself one designated revisit 5 minutes after leaving. If you pass the window, you trust the system. This paradoxically shrinks compulsive loops because your brain stops treating every doubt as an emergency. There's also a gentler way to think that helps you stop punishing yourself for a very human design. Memory is not a ledger, it's a storyteller that prioritizes meaning and prediction. That storyteller blends "I planned to" with "I did" whenever the plan was vivid, and the action left little sensory punctuation. Knowing this, you can redesign the punctuation without becoming rigid. Put tactile friction into key steps. A bright rubber band around the handle you will remove only after locking. A differently textured keycap for the door you worry about. A small bell on the gas valve you ring once when turning it off. Use future you notes instead of trustfalls. A sticky on the counter, kettle off, placed only after the twist, so night you doesn't rely on day you's vibe. In relationships, trade blame for structure. Instead of "you said you sent it," try "let's add a sent folder rule." BCC the shared address on every final email. In teams, fight source confusion by always writing the origin with the fact. Came from Q3 audit, from customer call at 2:15. So later, you don't defend a suggestion just because it feels familiar. And when your mind insists, "I'm sure I did," practice the soft challenge. What sensory detail can I point to? If none arrives, act as if you didn't and build the tag this time. That question isn't a trap. It's a doorway back to the world. There's even upside once you respect the boundary. The same mechanism that blurs did versus imagined can be used to tilt habit in your favor. Pre-live the first 60 seconds of a hard task in rich sensory color. Open the document, type the exact first line, feel the chair support, and then start immediately. The rehearsal primes the real step, and the real step lays down the unmistakable feedback that prevents later doubt. Before a tough conversation, rehearse the tone and posture, not the other person's lines. Your body writes a tag you can follow, and you're less likely to claim you already handled it. Because what you rehearsed was a way of being, not the ending. At the close of the day, take 90 seconds to reverse simulate what you truly did. Name one concrete, feelable detail from each key action, and your memory will carry those tags into tomorrow, where they become proof against confusion and fuel for momentum. In the end, the fear that you might not remember whether you acted or imagined is not a verdict on your competence. It's a reminder that you've been given a powerful simulator and a fast, gist-loving archive. Pair them wisely. Let imagination prepare you. Let the world mark completion, and give your future self small, distinctive traces to follow. Then when doubt flickers, did I or did I only think it? You'll have more than a feeling to lean on. You'll have a hook back to reality, waiting exactly where you chose to leave it. Mirror Reflections Delay Recognition by Microseconds. Stand in front of a mirror and try to catch your own gaze at the exact instant you move. There's a barely there hitch, not in the glass, but in the system that turns light into me. And the best way to understand it is to split the problem into what physics does almost instantly and what your brain does with a little more patience. The photons bounce back at essentially the speed limit of the universe. But your visual machinery still has to decode a flipped scene, match it to your body map, and reconcile the movement you intended with the movement you see. And those steps add measurable processing time. Tiny in absolute terms, yet big enough to matter for coordination, reading and recognition in the real world. The microseconds you've heard about are a poetic way to name that razor-thin physical and neural head start the world gets on your awareness. In practice, the extra burden of mirrored images shows up less as a felt lag and more as subtle costs. You read mirror text slower, you hesitate a hair before turning the right way, you misjudge whose left is whose in a dance class or first aid drill, and photos of your face can look wrong compared to the mirror because your memory bank is tuned to the reversed version you see daily. Begin with the flip itself. A mirror swaps front-back while keeping up-down and left-right coordinates tied to you, but your brain prefers to label things in body-centered terms, my right shoulder, and in world-centered terms, east window. And a mirror forces those frames to disagree. Your right hand is still your right, yet it appears on the left side of the image from the wall's perspective. To reconcile this, your parietal and premotor systems perform a quick transform, so that what you see aligns with what you plan to do. That extra computation is why beginners struggle to mimic a teacher who faces them. Raise your left arm becomes a tangle. And why barbers, surgeons, and athletes train mirror maps until they run as smoothly as direct maps. Now add the brain's expectation engine. You predict how your body will look a few tens of milliseconds ahead, based on your own motor command. And the mirror returns a view that confirms or corrects that prediction. When you move very precisely, think eyeliner, shaving, suturing, the correction step is busier than in direct view because the image is reversed. So your system spends a few more moments linking a scene edge to the right muscle tweak. That's one reason tools that demirror the feed, front-facing cameras with true view, some surgical systems, feel easier once your brain's habits shift. They remove a transform and repay you with a few saved cycles you can spend on accuracy. Faces make the delay more obvious because recognition is exquisitely orientation sensitive. You know your loved ones from canonical straight-ahead views. Rotate or reflect and performance drops a little. Familiar, but not click. Your own face is a special case. You've logged far more mirror exposures than camera exposures. So the mirrored version is what looks right to you. When a friend shows a candid that isn't flipped, tiny asymmetries leap out. An eyebrow higher, a hair part slanting the wrong way, and your recognition system takes longer to bless it as you. That discrepancy is not vanity, it's statistics. Your brain averages what it has seen most. So the version with the largest archive feels the most true. Writers and designers exploit similar quirks in print. Mirror letters, B, DPQ, or reversed signage impose a decoding tax even before comprehension starts, because the ventral visual stream tries to be shape invariant, except for cases where direction matters, and mirrors Push those edge cases to the foreground. Motion adds more spice. When you move your right hand, your proprioceptors fire. Your motor cortex sends a copy of the command to visual areas. Expect motion here. And the mirror shows motion on the left side of the frame. Your brain must bind those into one event. My right moved, the left side of the image changed. And it can do it. But coordination wobbles until the binding is learned. That's why driving with mirrors is a rite of passage. Your eyes learn to fuse three different, slightly delayed realities: the world out the back, the compressed wide angle of the side mirrors, and the direct forward view, into one continuous scene. Pilots, surgeons at depth, and gamers at high speed all talk about mirror latency as a feel rather than a stopwatch number. Remove a transform or reduce reflections and they feel less strain, even when raw frames per second don't change. You can turn these tiny lags into skill with a few quick experiments and habits. First, teach your brain the difference between flipped and true by toggling your phone's selfie preview. Switch to a non-mirrored feed and practice pointing to landmarks on your own face. Left eyebrow, right ear, mole on cheek, narrating camera left, my right as you go. Within minutes, the transform becomes less intrusive. Second, if you coach or learn choreography, use mirror cueing on purpose. The leader says, "Mirror me," and raises their right arm while telling the class, "left," or vice versa. Label the convention at the start and stick to it, and the group's parietal maps stop fighting. Third, reduce error in high-stakes tasks by anchoring action to non-reversible references. Instead of "move left" in a mirror, say "move toward the window" or "toward the clock," tying commands to scene features that survive reflection. Fourth, for crafts and makeup, place a small colored sticker on your actual right wrist. Each time your image appears to move left, the sticker reminds your hand which side of your body it belongs to, cutting the transform loop short. Fifth, test your perception of asymmetry by swapping between mirror and camera and then flipping the photo horizontally. If a face or object seems off in one view but not the other, you've discovered a familiarity bias, not a flaw. Use both views when judging design and keep the camera view for decisions the world will see. Sixth, for reading and signage, design critical marks to be direction robust. Arrows with text labels, icons that read in both reflections, sans serif font with generous counters. So mirrors in vehicles, stores, or hospitals don't add unnecessary decoding cost. There's a safety angle worth naming plainly. Mirrors can persuade you that what's behind is closer or farther than it is. Convex side mirrors. Literal objects are closer than they appear. And the brain's love of order can supply a fake timeline when two mirrored events feel misordered. Practice rhythmic scans. Center mirror, side mirror, over the shoulder, forward, in a steady cycle, so the brain stitches a reliable sequence from multiple samples rather than guessing. In medicine and sport, respect that mirrored training does not always transfer perfectly to field conditions. If a surgeon rehearses with a mirrored laparoscopic view, but the OR provides a true camera, build in a few minutes of recalibration at the start. If a keeper drills with mirrored video but games deliver non-mirrored feeds, include both in practice so visuomotor bindings don't jam. Even at home you can feel the payoff of tiny adjustments. Place your bathroom mirror where glare is lower and contrast is higher. The brain spends less time repairing edges and more on action. Use soft eyes. Relax your gaze to include the periphery of your own reflection before making fine moves. It widens attention and steadies hand-eye timing. And if you ever find yourself arguing with a friend about which way is left, while facing each other, switch to anatomical language, your left deltoid, or simple gestures rather than mirrored words. Clarity shortens the mental transform and, with it, the micro delays that set people crosswise. The gentle philosophy is this: mirrors are honest about light and ruthless about reference frames. They give you reality back with a twist that your brain can correct, but not for free. Instead of treating that cost as a flaw, treat it as a tuning parameter you can design around. In places where precision matters, subtract a transform when you can. TrueView cameras, unambiguous cues, train it when you can't, mirror mapping, scene-anchored language. And forgive the odd stumble your mind makes when your right hand moves left. Those sub-millisecond physics and sub-second neural edits rarely trouble consciousness. Yet they shape how you look at yourself, how you teach and learn, how you drive and sew and cut and shave, and how you recognize the faces you love. Respect the twist, practice the map, and the next time your reflection feels a breath behind, you'll know exactly why, and exactly how to bring the image and your intention back into the same, steady now. Reality might be a controlled hallucination. What if the world you trust were not a raw feed arriving at your mind like a live broadcast, but a movie your brain directs in real time, auditioning possibilities, casting likely meanings, and then letting the outside world correct the script so that what's out there is always partly what you predict? A controlled hallucination kept honest by sensation. Begin with a clear, useful picture. The brain is a guess-making organ under time pressure, and the signal it gets from the eyes, ears, skin, and viscera is incomplete, noisy, and late. To function, it runs a generative model, an internal playbook of how light, sound, touch, and bodily states usually behave, then pushes those expectations outward, asking, if the world were like this, what would I sense next? When incoming data match the guess, your experience feels stable. When they don't, the gap, prediction error, forces a rewrite. This is not a philosopher's trick, it's everyday life at work. Color looks constant under changing light, because your model assumes surfaces stay the same, and illumination shifts, so you experience the banana as still yellow in shade and sun. A voice on a poor connection sounds clear once the first words establish an accent. Your model fills missing consonants and paves over static. A familiar room in twilight feels safe, because your brain bets on unchanged furniture and lets the faint outlines stand in for detail. These wins are so smooth you never notice the guessing, until rival interpretations tie on plausibility and your experience toggles. Think of that internet-famous dress that split the world. Some brains assumed warm indoor light needing color correction. Others assumed cool daylight, and the same photons yielded different colors because the prior lighting belief differed. Or think of pain that spikes when you spot a bruise you hadn't felt moments before. Expectation adjusts the dial on the same bodily input. Now widen the lens. The brain doesn't only predict the outer world, it predicts your body. Heart rate, temperature, blood sugar, and feelings are how those bets cash out. When your model forecasts incoming threat, it reallocates your body budget. Heart up, breath quick, muscles primed, attention narrowed. The sensation of anxiety may follow even before evidence justifies it. Flip the script with a trusted friend's arrival and your model predicts safety. The very same heartbeat after a run reads as good exertion. Emotions, in this view, are inferences about what your body state means in context, not gauges that simply report. That's why putting a name to a feeling or altering posture and breath can change the experience. Small edits to the model alter the hallucination's tone. Culture and history train these models too. Grow up with certain scales and rhythms and you'll hear musical tension and release in places unfamiliar ears do not. Learn spicy food as comfort, and the same burn that another person reads as threat registers to you as warmth. Work years in a lab, and faint instrument hums become informative rather than annoying. The point is not that nothing is real, but that experience is an inference constrained by reality, not a copy of it. Once you swallow this, the world becomes more workable, not less. You can test and tune your hallucination where it matters: health, craft, relationships, learning, by changing the levers the brain uses to predict. In health, placebo and nocebo are not embarrassing side notes. They're evidence that altering expectation shifts chemistry and sensation. A credible story plus a context of care can lower pain because the model downgrades threat. A grim warning can amplify side effects for the opposite reason. This doesn't replace medicine. It augments it with the missing ingredient, the brain's prediction about the body. In craft, experts often feel like they see more. What they've really done is compress thousands of regularities into priors that let weak signals pop. An engineer hears trouble in a motor's new timbre. A barista sees the right crema before it forms. A surgeon feels tissue planes through a tool because their models are tight. You can build this kind of seeing by deliberate exposure to varied examples rather than a single ideal, so your model learns what matters and what to ignore. In relationships, misunderstanding's cool when you remember that the other person isn't in your movie. They run a different model with different training data. Before you argue about tone, check context. Hungry, hurried, and threatened priors produce harsher interpretations. Slow the exchange. Add specifics. When you said X at Y time, and you feed both brains cleaner error signals that converge faster. In learning, preview the structure of a topic before details. The brain loves scaffolds. Give it the map and the corridors won't feel like a maze. Then rotate perspectives. Ask yourself, what would the data look like if the opposite of my current hunch were true? That simple inversion exercises a second model, so you can compare hallucinations against the same world. A habit that prevents brittle certainty. Action is part of the loop, not an afterthought. If experience is a controlled hallucination, doing is how you control it. You move eyes to get better samples, tilt a glass to test whether it's full, ask a clarifying question to force a cleaner signal. In fact, the brain often doesn't just predict sensations. It makes them true by changing the world to fit the forecast, a stance called active inference. When you reach for a doorknob, you already predict the feel. Your grip tightens to match, and the expected sensation arrives. Most days this is efficient. Sometimes it traps you, expecting rejection. You behave distant, the other party mirrors distance, and your prior gets confirmed. The escape is to deliberately violate your model. Change posture and tone in ways that your prediction says will go poorly, and see if the world surprises you back. If it does, you've earned a model update that will make tomorrow's hallucination kinder and truer. Designers use this logic constantly. Good dashboards reduce error by mapping controls to effects in ways that match common priors. A brighter slider means more. A left move means back. Good warnings are not just red. They interrupt the model's glide with shape, motion, and sound, so the brain can't autofill the moment. Good classrooms do the same. They anchor abstractions to sensory anchors, weight, distance, pictures, before stripping scaffolds away, allowing the model to carry meaning forward. You can run tiny daily experiments to feel the machinery and take some authorship. Before a difficult call, set a 60-second scene. Picture the room's light, the first sentence, your shoulders down. When the moment comes, notice how much of that scene becomes real. Your predictions steered breath, tone, and timing. When a street looks unsafe, widen your lens. Attend to 3 non-threat details: a dog's bark, a child's laugh, a cool draft, and ask whether your body budget calms one notch. You just gave your model counter evidence. If food tastes off after you read a scary headline, eat 2 bites with the news away and 2 with it visible. Let the contrast teach you how priors season flavor. In a disagreement, summarize the other person's model in plain language they endorse. Here's what I think you're predicting and why. And watch how fast tension drops. Being seen updates both priors at once. And in self-talk, trade absolute labels. I'm anxious for predictive ones. My brain is predicting threat. The shift keeps the world involved. What evidence would lower this prediction? A breath, a walk, a text, a boundary. None of this demands cynicism. It invites responsibility and curiosity. Reality pushes back, hard. Gravity doesn't care about your expectations. Deadlines eventually arrive. A burner is hot whether you predict warmth or not. But between the world's shove and your awareness lies a flexible layer of inference that you can train. Feed it better data, sleep, diverse examples, clear feedback. Audit its shortcuts. What am I assuming? Design your spaces to help it out. Labels that match actions, rituals that reset body budgets, conversations that surface priors. Then the phrase controlled hallucination stops sounding like doom and starts sounding like craft. The art of keeping your mind's movie vivid enough to act and humble enough to learn. If there's a soft promise here, it's this. You don't need the world to change before you can experience it differently. You can tilt your model through attention, experiment and design, and the same street. The same face, the same task will come back to you with new colors. Not because you lied to yourself, but because you invited reality to correct a better guess. You never perceive raw reality, just your brain's version. What if what's out there wasn't a live feed poured straight into your mind, but a translated, compressed, color-graded cut, faithful enough to keep you alive, stylized enough to be fast, so that you never meet raw reality, only your brain's edited version of it. Start with the most basic truth. Your senses are not windows. They're filters. Of the vast electromagnetic symphony, you sample a thin octave humans call visible light. Of the ocean of air pressure wiggles, you keep a narrow band we call hearing. Even touch is tuned. Certain vibrations pop, others vanish. Vision itself is brutally selective. You carry a tiny high-definition patch at the center of your gaze, the fovea, while the rest of the retina trades detail for motion sensitivity. Your eyes dart 3 or 4 times a second and the brain masks the blur, stitching stills into a stable scene. Before those stills leave the eye, the image has already been edited. Retinal circuits don't ship pixels, they ship contrasts. Little on-off messages from center surround cells that report edges and changes and suppress redundancy. That front-end compression is why edges feel crisp and flats feel dull, and it's why certain illusions grab you even when you know the trick. 2 equal grays surrounded by different tones look different because lateral inhibition says they should. A shadowed square seems lighter when your brain assumes the light source changed, not the object. The Craig-O'Brien-Cornsweet effect can make a uniform field look like a gradient because your system trusts edges more than middles. The optic nerve is a bottleneck, roughly 1 million cables ferrying a world's worth of possibility. So the brain summarizes, prioritizes, and guesses. Hearing does the same in its own language. The cochlea spreads sound across a vibrating membrane like a spectrum analyzer. Neural circuits emphasize onsets and changes. The ear will even invent a missing fundamental and give you a pitch. Nobody played because the pattern of overtones implies it. Smell is different chemistry, same story. Hundreds of receptor types combine into chords, and the brain names the chord coffee, pine, rain on hot pavement, while downplaying stray notes. Taste? Most of what you call flavor is smell sneaking in through the back of the nose, fused with temperature and texture into a single experience your tongue alone could never report. From the first millisecond, reality is being translated into differences that matter to you. Then come the higher cuts, constancies and categories that swap fidelity for usefulness. Your brain practices color constancy, so apples stay red in noon sun and lamplit dusk. It practices size constancy, so a friend 10 meters away isn't misread as a miniature. It practices lightness. Constancy, so a white shirt under a blue awning doesn't suddenly become blue. Those constancies are not bugs. They're repairs that keep objects stable while illumination and distance change. But every repair assumes something, and assumptions tilt experience. Languages carve color space in different places, and speakers learn to notice those cuts. Musicians trained in specific scales hear tension and resolution. Others miss. Radiologists literally see faint patterns on scans that laypeople call noise, because years of examples have tuned the features their eyes promote. The same logic governs faces. Your brain keeps an average template for familiar people and uses it to fill worn details and blunt odd lighting. That's why a candid photo can look off, while a slightly smoothed image looks more like the person you know. And it's why your own camera mirror and bathroom mirror disagree about you. You've logged millions more views of the flipped face. Even time gets an edit. Motion is smoothed, flicker is fused, silence is bridged, so that words sound continuous across a brief burst of noise. None of this means the world is arbitrary. It means perception is lossy on purpose. Like a JPEG, you toss redundancy to save bandwidth and keep structure. Like a good subtitle, you choose meaning over exact syllables when the audio drops. Most days, the compression is invisible because the environment cooperates. Lights, objects, and people behave as they usually do, so your edits are right enough. On edge case days, the weird reflection, the ambiguous sound, the lighting that crosses your model, the edits show their seams and you discover that "I see what's there" really meant "I see what usually lives there," corrected by hints. You can feel the edits and even steer them with small, honest experiments. Print 2 mid-grey squares, place one inside a drawn shadow, and watch the shadowed one pop lighter. Now cover the edge with a strip of paper, and the truth snaps into view. Stare at a dot while a faint coloured patch in your periphery fades away, Troxler fading. Proof that still, unchanging input gets downranked. Wiggle the patch and it returns, because change is what the code values. Play a chord missing its root on a cheap speaker and notice how confidently you hear the lost note. That confidence is the brain rewarding pattern completion. In the kitchen, photograph soup under warm and cool lights and compare images to your memory. Your eyes swore same color. The sensor shows 2 worlds. Your color constancy did its job. Your memory kept the story. The camera kept the photons. Next, test your categories. Line up 6 blues drifting into green and ask where blue ends. Now repeat with a different language label in mind and watch the boundary scoot. None of these demos make you gullible. They show you're optimized for function, changes over absolutes, edges over planes, categories over raw gradients. The practical payoff is big. Designers should trust contrast ratios and measurements, not "looks fine on my screen," because viewers' brains will autocorrect in different directions. Photographers should carry a grey card. Your eyes forgive a color cast, but clients' prints won't. In safety work, never rely on color alone. Pair it with shape or position, so perception survives odd lights. In meetings, beware of "I saw it with my own eyes" when the scene was fast, low contrast, or crowded. Ask for independent angles, higher contrast, slower playback. In collaborative work, assume 2 competent people can report different versions of the same event because their editors emphasize different features. Treat the differences as data, not lies, and triangulate toward the part both models support. If this sounds like an argument for skepticism, it is, but the constructive kind. Reality pushes back. A wet floor will prove itself. A voltage doesn't care about your constancy tricks. Between the shove of the world and your awareness, though, lies a flexible layer you can tune. Sleep better and your thresholds improve. Vary your examples and your categories refine. Use instruments for decisions your eyes romanticize. Thermometers for "looks done." Levels for "seems straight." Decibel meters for "sounds safe." When precision matters, measure. When human experience matters, design for the editor we actually have. Big clear edges, honest lighting, redundant cues, pauses that let snapshots settle into understanding. And in daily life, carry a gentler stance. Your version is a version, useful but not final. Leave an inch for someone else's version to teach you a detail yours compressed away. You will never perceive raw reality, and that's not a flaw, it's a feat. The world is too vast, too loud, too bright to fit through you without translation. Your brain's edit keeps it actionable and coherent. Mastering that edit, knowing its strengths, catching its shortcuts, and choosing when to supplement it with tools, is how you stop arguing with your senses and start partnering with them. Seeing more truly precisely because you accept that you never see just what's there. You reconstruct faces from minimal information. What if your ability to know a face were less about seeing every pore in 4K and more about catching a few well-placed hints? 2 dark ovals, a short shadow, a curved line, and from that tiny kit your brain builds a living person with age, mood, even intent, as if a handful of strokes could summon a stranger into focus. Start with the everyday magic you can test in seconds. Draw 3 dots in a triangle and a small arc beneath. Suddenly, there's someone looking back. Not because the paper changed, but because your visual system carries a powerful template for face and snaps to it whenever the ingredients roughly fit. That template isn't a flat icon. It's a flexible scaffold that holds relationships. How far the eyes sit from the nose, how eyebrows tilt with feeling, how the mouth's corners carry tone, And the scaffold is so efficient you can recognize a friend in a smudged bus window reflection, a hoodie, or a blurry thumbnail. This relational skill is why simple cartoons work. Thick lines and two circles nail the geometry your brain cares about, and your mind fills the missing texture with personality. It's also why a photo can feel more like them after a tiny tweak to eyebrow angle or mouth shape. Your memory stores people less as raw pixels and more as a compact map of proportions and signature quirks. You can feel that compression when you squint at a crowd. Details fall away, but the people you know still pop because their broad arrangement of features, eye spacing, head outline, hairline shape, matches a well-worn pattern inside you. Flip a face upside down and watch that talent collapse. The relationships are harder to read, and you miss oddities you would have nailed upright. Place the top half of one person onto the bottom half of another and try not to see a single new identity. Your brain fuses the halves into a whole because it prefers a coherent person over two parts. Even with half the face covered, as many of us learned recently, your skill persists. Attention shifts to the triangle of eyes and nose bridge, to forehead lines and blink rhythm, to the way cheeks move when someone smiles under fabric. Within days, you found new tells, and your recognition bounced back. Babies show the seed of this bias within hours of birth by tracking face-like patterns more than scrambled ones, and over years of practice you become a specialist in the faces you see most. Family, community, your own culture's range of features, so that sparse cues from those categories are enough for you to reconstruct identity with startling confidence. That very specialization has a known cost. When you haven't had rich, varied exposure to a range of faces, you tend to rely too hard on broad templates and miss meaningful differences in less familiar groups, a gap that shows up in lineups and everyday mistakes. The fix isn't to try harder, it's to widen your library with real variety so your template gains finer resolution where it was once coarse. Lighting plays games here too. A single highlight under the brow can unlock alert. A soft shadow above the lip can imply tired. And far side illumination can make one set of features claim the whole story. Photographers and casting directors learn to move lights not because they love drama, but because small changes in contrast steer your brain toward one reconstruction over another. Designers exploit the same levers. An avatar with two dots and a curve can feel warm or cold depending on eye distance and mouth arc. A brand mark can look friendly or severe with a degree of eyebrow tilt. An emoji can diffuse tension because it stripped down geometry maps cleanly onto the way you read faces without distracting texture. On the practical side, you can upgrade your own perception by training attention on relationships rather than pieces. Glance for the eye-to-eye gap versus nose width, the brow slope versus eye height, the mouth width versus pupil line. Then step back and let the whole pattern click. The more you practice with diverse faces, the faster sparse cues will work without stereotyping. For memory, build anchors from structure and motion. A friend's triangular eye spacing, plus the particular way their cheeks rise when they greet you, is a more stable tag than brown hair. For drawing or design, start low detail and maintain proportions before adding texture. If it feels like the person at the squint stage, details won't break it. For fairness where misrecognition hurts, bad photo matches, shaky witness IDs, insist on procedure that respects human limits. Double-blind lineups, sequential presentation, instructions that the culprit may not be present, and time for multiple looks under different conditions. You're protecting against your brain's urge to settle on a whole from too few hints. And here's a reassuring twist. People who struggle with faces, after injuries or by disposition, can often improve with targeted exercises that emphasize feature distances and repeated exposure at varied angles and lights. The skill lives in learning, not magic. Finally, hold the wonder and the humility together. Your brain can pull a person from a handful of marks on a napkin, red warmth from the soft lift of an eyelid, and spot a friend across a station from their walk before you can name why. At the same time, that gift can overreach, seeing clarity where there is only suggestion and certainty where there should be caution. The craft of living with it is simple and kind. Use the power when it helps you connect. enrich it with wider experience so it grows more accurate, and slow down or seek a second view when the stakes are high. With that, a few dots and a curve remain what they've always been to the human mind. Enough to call a someone into being, and enough, handled carefully, to make the world of faces feel more human, not less, even when all you have is the faintest trace. Most of what you see isn't processed, it's guessed. What if your eyes weren't meticulous accountants totting up every pixel, but quick storytellers that sample a few clues, and then spend the rest of the scene guessing, so that most of what you see is not fully processed detail but a best fit picture your brain paints in real time to keep you moving? Start with the architecture that makes this inevitable. Only a tiny central patch of your retina, the fovea, sees in high resolution. The rest of your visual field trades sharpness for motion and brightness, which is perfect for survival but terrible for a literal snapshot. Your eyes jump 3 to 4 times a second, and during each jump, the brain downweights the blur and knits the still moments into a seamless movie. You feel a steady world, but the feeling is a reconstruction. The optic nerve is a narrow highway, far too narrow to ship every luminance value, so the retina compresses the scene into differences that matter: edges, contrasts, onsets, changes. By the time signals reach the cortex, the system has already thrown away mountains of redundancy and is betting, from experience, on what belongs where. That bet is guided by scene schemas, how kitchens usually look, how streets are laid out, by regularities you've learned, light from above, objects with continuous edges, faces with symmetric parts, and by the immediate goals you hold: find my keys, follow that player, read that line. When a few features match a familiar template, higher areas send predictions down the hierarchy. There's a mug on the table, gloss highlight here, handle there. And low-level neurons compare those guesses with incoming evidence. If the match is close, processing moves on without exhaustively verifying every tile on the table. This is why you can read with missing letters, recognize a friend across a station from the swing of their walk, and navigate a room while thinking about something else. It's also why you later swear you saw a detail that wasn't present or miss an oddity that was. The system aims for speed and usefulness, not photographic truth. You can feel the guesswork by trying a few clean experiments. Hold your thumb at arm's length and fixate its nail. Now, without moving your eyes, try to read a word a hand's width to the side. It collapses into mush because sharp detail lives only at the center, yet your subjective world still feels crisp edge to edge. Stare at the center of a busy image and notice how stable the periphery feels. Then make a tiny eye movement and watch objects pop into being that you would have sworn you were already seeing. Glance at a crowd and catch the gist: age, energy, dress code, long before you could inventory faces. Gist is cheap. Detail is expensive, so the brain buys gist first and pays for detail later if needed. Even motion is guessed. A series of static flashes becomes smooth movement because your visual system expects continuity. A spinning fan appears stationary under certain lights because your brain reconciles aliasing with its best story of blade positions. None of this means you're hallucinating wildly. It means the default is predict, then check, rather than measure every pixel and decide from scratch. The practical consequences are everywhere once you look. In design, interfaces that rely on faint edges, low contrast, or crowded detail lose to those that honor how vision samples. Big shapes, honest white space, clear hierarchy, and motion used sparingly to signal change. In reading and proofreading, your brain's guesser autocorrects typos inside familiar words. To catch errors, change the font or read aloud. Forcing a fresh sample breaks the autopilot. In safety, I looked can still mean I guessed right about most of the scene. Adopt rhythmic scans, mirrors, over shoulder, forward, when cycling or driving, so you gather new evidence instead of letting expectations fill the margins. In eyewitness memory, confidence is not completeness. Your initial gist hardens fast, and later questions can nudge the guesser to backfill details that feel real. Procedures that minimize suggestion exist because our vision is efficient, not exhaustive. In craft, experts see more, not because their eyes are better, but because their models are richer. A mechanic catches a subtle vibration pattern. A radiologist picks a faint contour from noise. A photographer anticipates flare from a glint. Years of varied examples taught their guesser where to spend detail. You can train toward that by collecting variety rather than perfection. Study similar objects under different lights, angles, and contexts, so your brain learns what stays constant and what can safely be ignored. If you draw, you've met the guesser's stubbornness. You think you're copying what's there, but your pencil outputs the symbol your brain prefers. Almond eyes, shorthand noses, upside-down drawing or sight-size measurement hacks around the guesser by starving it of its usual labels. If you're presenting data, know that viewers will see trends before numbers. Show the trend honestly, clear axes, sufficient contrast, labels near lines, so the fast gist doesn't mislead. If you live on screens, be aware that crisp central focus and neglected periphery tighten your attentional tunnel. Schedule micro breaks that soften the gaze and widen awareness so you don't let the guesser erase the rest of the room, including your posture and breath. You can also harness guessing for good by pairing it with deliberate checks. Before a difficult search, name features aloud, dark blue booklet, gold emblem, likely near documents, so your predictions prime the right detectors. Then change vantage to force fresh samples that can correct those predictions. When tension rises from an ambiguous glimpse, ask for one extra pixel of reality. A clarifying question, a step closer, a slower look. A 2-second check prevents a 15-minute spiral built on a wrong read. When your work demands precision, color grading, dermatology, assembly, use instruments and references, gray cards, calibrated monitors, measurement jigs. Tools counter the brain's tidy story about close enough. And for a kinder life, grant others the same margin you claim for yourself. Remember that a colleague who didn't see may have seen the gist you primed them for. Change the prompt, not just the person. The soft philosophy beneath the science is liberating rather than bleak. A guessing visual system is not a flaw to be shamed. It's a strategy that lets a small, energy-hungry brain run a vast world in real time. Your job isn't to abolish the guesses, it's to become a better director of them. Feeding the model with sleep and variety. Designing spaces that respect how eyes really work. And knowing when to slow down and sample again. Do that, and you'll keep the speed that makes life fluid while catching the details that make it true. Living comfortably with the fact that most of what you see isn't fully processed. It's wisely, usefully guessed, and then, when it counts, verified. You feel time moving, but physics says it doesn't. What if your sense that time is flowing, like a river carrying you from before to after, were less a property of the universe and more a feeling your brain manufactures to organize change? While the best physics we have refuses to find any current at all, only a landscape where events simply are. Start with the blunt surprise. In modern physics, there is no universal now sweeping the cosmos. Relativity shows that what counts as simultaneous depends on how you're moving and where you are. Two sparks that are at the same time for a passenger may be one then the other for someone on the platform. That isn't a trick of clocks. It means the idea of one global present doesn't exist in the equations. Instead of a moving instant, physics uses a space-time map. Every event, your first bike ride, a star's birth, tomorrow's meeting, sits as a point on that map, connected by world lines that mark relationships. Nothing in the laws says the map updates. The laws relate the points. They don't slide a spotlight over them. Most micro-level rules are time-symmetric. If you filmed a single particle collision and ran it backward, the equations would still be satisfied. So where does your vivid experience of flow come from? From a special condition of the universe and a special design of your brain. The universe began in a remarkably low entropy state, extremely ordered. And from that boundary condition, disorder tends to increase. Broken eggs don't unbreak. Smoke doesn't return to logs. That one-way street gives an arrow of time for macroscopic stuff like eggs, smoke, and you. even though the underlying rules don't prefer forward over backward. Your brain, meanwhile, stitches sensation and memory into a story that feels like motion. You retain traces of what we label past. You lack traces of what we label future. And you constantly predict the next slice so that life is actionable. That asymmetry of memory and prediction, riding on entropy's arrow, is what you call time moving. Dig deeper, and the feeling bends easily. Threat can make a second feel long, not because time slowed, but because your system sampled more details per moment and wrote denser memory. Boredom can make 5 minutes drag while leaving almost nothing to recall later. Extreme focus can compress an hour into a breath because predictions succeed so well that few surprises trigger your internal timestamp. Even the beat of subjective time is adjustable. Dopamine ramps can speed the brain's internal metronome and make rewards feel late. Fatigue can slow it and make intervals feel long. Novelty can expand a day in memory because your hippocampus lays more landmarks. Neuroscience has found populations that behave like timekeepers, cells whose activity drifts in reliable patterns across seconds, and networks that compare expected and received events. Noticeable mismatches, a sudden oddball sound or image, stretch perceived duration. The classic, that new thing lasted longer illusion. None of this repeats our earlier points about a delayed present. Here the lesson is different. The flow is a construction tied to sampling rate, prediction, memory density, and thermodynamic background, not a physical current washing through the world. Knowing this is useful instead of merely mind-bending. In craft and sport, you can shape subjective pace, raise information clarity, and prediction wins, clean cues, rehearsed sequences, to make demanding minutes feel shorter during performance, then deliberately add novelty afterward, different route home, new debrief questions, to make the day feel fuller in memory. In stage fright, pre-build temporal anchors, script the first 3 sentences and the first planned pause. Having these fixed posts tames the metronome that otherwise sprints under adrenaline and makes you rush. In learning, chunk time into labeled blocks with explicit openings and closings. Your brain stamps boundaries, and well-marked boundaries slow the blur so the hour doesn't vanish. If you need a moment to last, e.g. savoring an event, widen your channel, broaden the visual field, soft eyes, add multisensory notes, temperature, texture, low ambient sounds, and name 2 specifics out loud. You are increasing sample density, and the memory will feel bigger. If you want a task sprint to pass quickly, narrow the channel. Remove competing alerts, set a simple countdown, and work with highly predictable steps. You are reducing error signals that stretch felt time. For well-being, exploit the holiday paradox. Days thick with novelty feel long in retrospect, even if they zipped by in the moment. So seed your weeks with small new routes, tastes, people, or projects if life is starting to shrink into sameness. Designers and managers can respect subjective time by trading needless suspense for transparency. Progress bars that map reality, checklists that reveal stage transitions, pacing alerts so they appear when action is possible, and avoiding fake countdowns that jack prediction error and make waiting feel longer than necessary. Even relationships improve when you remember that arguments often heat up because 2 people are living in different felt timelines. One drowning in a slow, heavy minute, the other skimming through a fast one. A simple, can we take 60 seconds of slow breath and then pick one concrete next step? Resynchronizes metronomes. What about the deepest discomfort? The idea that if physics won't bless a flowing present, your freedom is an illusion. Here's a steadier way to hold it. The block-like map view doesn't erase doing. It reframes it. Your choices are part of the web of events that make the map what it is. Within your slice of the world, the only way the future you care about happens is by you updating models, moving muscles, speaking words. Active inference, the brain's habit of making predictions true by acting, means that changing posture, asking a question, or setting a boundary rewrites the probability landscape your next moment will inhabit. In that sense, agency is local and real. While the cosmos doesn't pulse a global second hand, your life still acquires an arrow through commitments kept, errors corrected, and worlds built by action. So carry two pictures without forcing them to fight. Outside, a universe that looks timeless to the equations. Inside, a nervous system that turns change, memory, and prediction into a felt river. Use the first picture to stay humble. Measure when precision matters, because your inner clock is opinionated. Use the second to stay human. Shape your days so they hold what you value, because subjective time is the only time you live in. And when the next week accelerates or stalls, don't assume the river sped up or ran dry. Ask how you were sampling, what you were predicting, and which small choices might make the next stretch both kinder to experience and richer to remember. You can have false sensory experiences while awake. What if your senses sometimes staged convincing cameos without a stage? Crisp sights, sounds, touches, motions that arrive while you're awake and alert. So real, you could point to where they are in space. Yet they're made by your own predictive brain filling in, releasing or echoing signals when input is thin. Noisy or ambiguous, start with a sober picture. Perception is an active construction, and the brain prefers a coherent world to a hole in the map. When data fall below a threshold, because you're tired, stressed, deprived of input, primed by emotion, or focused too narrowly, top-down expectations can momentarily outweigh bottom-up evidence and generate a false positive, a sensation with location, texture, and timing that feels external. These awake micro-events are common, varied, and not automatically a warning sign. In vision, consider release phenomena. People with reduced visual input, fogged glasses, dim rooms, prolonged reading, or medically, eyesight loss, can see fleeting faces, textures, or patterns that aren't there. Your cortex is tuned to find structure, so when the feed quiets, it paints plausible structure rather than tolerate blankness. Even with healthy eyes, fatigue can throw micro-dreamlets across a laptop, tiny moving shadows or color pulses at the edge of view that vanish when you look directly. The fovea demands evidence that the periphery was happy to guess. Migraine aura offers another awake template. Jagged marching zigzags or shimmering voids drift across space while you can still think and talk. It's your visual map briefly self-activating in waves, not a trick of the eye. In audition, you may hear a phone chime that didn't happen, a faint voice in a fan, or a short bar of music at the edge of sleep debt. The system is exquisitely tuned to onsets and patterns. And when the room is steady, your brain is willing to promote a coincidence of sounds into a meaningful note. Tactilely, many people feel phantom vibrations from a pocket that's empty or a watch that's silent. Part habit, part expectation, amplified by a tiny nerve twitch. Under stress, tingling patterns, paresthesias, can map as crawling or tapping where nothing touches. Proprioception and balance are no safer from invention. Spin gently, stop, and the room leans. Step off a treadmill and the ground glides. Your internal motion model overshoots to keep you upright. Vibrate a tendon while your finger touches your nose and the nose can feel like it's growing. A classic lab illusion. The signal says, muscle is lengthening. Vision says finger is steady. The brain compromises with an impossible stretch that you can feel. Even the gut and heart can join. Brief thuds, flutters, drops that the mind, primed by worry, promotes into a falling sensation when the body simply changed rhythm. None of this is a character flaw or proof of going crazy. It's the same predictive machinery that makes ordinary perception fast and useful, briefly running ahead of the facts. These episodes become more likely under specific, fixable conditions. Deprivation is big. Sensory monotony, long drives at night, windowless rooms, silent libraries, lowers the data rate and invites the model to speak louder. Fatigue and stress narrow attention, shrink peripheral sampling, and raise internal noise, increasing the odds that expectations win. Priming steers content. After hours of texting, a phantom buzz is a better bet than a phantom violin. After a scary headline, a kitchen creak is more likely to get miscast as a whisper than as plumbing. Physiology modulates thresholds. Caffeine, some cold meds, fever, dehydration, low blood sugar, menstruation, and perimenopause can all tilt the balance between spontaneous cortical activity and sensory evidence. Grief and longing can sharpen imagery of a loved one's scent, step, or silhouette. The brain is not mocking you when it conjures them. It's trying to keep a whole world continuous while you rebuild it. Crucially, there's a spectrum from illusion to hallucination. Illusions start with something out there, a fan's hiss, a shadow's edge, and your mind misreads it. Hallucinations are self-generated and can land in any modality. Most everyday false experiences are short, context-tied, and self-correcting. You look again, move closer, ask someone else, and the world vetoes them. That reality check is the difference that matters. You can cut through these mirages without shame and often without a doctor. Use a two-step check. 1. Change the sampling. Move your eyes, adjust lighting, walk toward or away, record a clip, switch ears or headphones, touch with another body area. 2. Change the model. Say aloud what you predict. Empty pocket, no phone, and invite contradiction. Many ghosts die under fresh data. Build boundary rituals for monotony. Every 25-30 minutes, broaden gaze, soft eyes that include the room's edges. Stand, sip water, and scan 3 sounds. 3 textures, 3 far objects. You are upping the external signal, so the model doesn't have to invent. If phantom vibrations bug you, move the cue. Wear the device in a different place for a week. Turn off haptic alerts and use light or sound temporarily. And check messages on a schedule instead of just in case. The habit loop that creates the phantom will quiet when the contingency breaks. For odd periphery flickers, blink and saccade purposefully. Look left, right a few degrees. If it vanishes consistently, it was low evidence guessing. If you hear a name in the hum, mask and match, play a neutral sound, pink noise, and see whether the voice persists. If it melts, you've proven your brain was patterning silence, not receiving speech. If you see a shape at night, add edges, turn on a small lamp, or throw a brighter line on the object. Increased contrast hands perception back to photons. If your balance plays tricks after stairs, ground the vestibular. Eyes open, feet planted, 1 slow breath. Tell your body we're still, and the floor will stop moving sooner. Know when to escalate. If your false sensations are frequent, vivid, distressing, or progressive. If they cluster with new headaches, confusion, weakness, vision loss, or sleep disruption you can't fix. If they follow a head injury or accompany a big medication change, seek evaluation. Many causes are benign and treatable. Sleep debt, migraine, anxiety, eye issues, med side effects. And you'll learn faster with a clinician's help. Meanwhile, protect daily decisions from confident errors. In safety contexts, driving, cooking machinery, adopt procedures, not vibes, checklists, buddy checks, timers, and labels beat I'm sure I heard, saw, felt. In teams, de-shame quick reality checks. 1 more look, 2nd set of ears. Let's measure once should be celebrated as craft, not caution. In design, assume users' brains will occasionally promote ambiguity into a false sensation. Use redundant cues, shape plus motion plus text, honest contrast, and feedback that clearly confirms or denies an action, so illusions are corrected early instead of hardened. There is a gentler meaning to keep. The same system that sometimes shows you what isn't there is the one that lets you read meaning in a face before words. Hear a pattern in noise before an error becomes a failure, and feel the bus moving before your inner ear finishes its report. It's your early warning, fast understanding gear. The goal isn't to silence it, it's to supervise it. Sleep enough to lower internal noise. Vary your sensory diet. Light, soundscapes, textures, distance vision. So your models stay honest. Name your predictions in tense moments, so you stop mistaking them for facts. And keep a small set of grounding moves. Step closer, turn the light on, ask the other person, take a recording, measure, so you can let reality correct you without ego. Do that, and false sensory experiences while awake stop being spooky and become what they usually are. Brief overreaches of a well-meaning brain that prefers a continuous world to a blank, and that happily steps back the moment you give it better evidence. Sometimes you remember the wrong world. What if, every so often, You woke up inside a world that doesn't quite match the one your memory swears is true. Not because the universe has shifted timelines, but because your brain quietly stitched together a version of reality that was coherent, vivid, and wrong, and then used that version as the backdrop for new experiences until something bumped it. Start with the part most people never get told. Memory isn't a videotape. It's a storyteller that saves meaningful structure and key anchors, then rebuilds details on demand using whatever materials are handy: habits, cultural scripts, familiar fonts of brands, common plot lines, and the smoothness of things you've seen 1,000 times. When you remember a cereal logo from childhood or the lyrics to a famous chorus, your brain retrieves the gist: blue box, red ribbon, the line's rhythm and rhyme, and then fills the gaps with what would fit if the world were tidy. Add the psychology of fluency. What's easy to think feels more likely to be true, and you get a memory that plays like a fact. The rounded letter rather than the awkward one. The spelling that matches its sound. The movie line tightened to the version everyone quotes, even if the original was messier. These private reconstructions become public when we share them. A confident retelling, a meme, a caption under a nostalgic photo. Each retelling hands other brains a template that's easier to store than the awkward original. And soon a crowd can remember the same wrong world. This is not gullibility, it's compression. Brains prefer stable patterns with fewer exceptions. We smooth songs the way we smooth logos. We pull continents on the school map toward shapes our art teachers favored. We clean up historical arcs so they look like stories with beginnings and ends rather than tangled threads. Meanwhile, source confusion blends memory with imagination. You picture a movie scene while explaining it, then later recall the picture without the footnote that says imagined while talking. Social cues amplify the effect. A room of nodding heads boosts your confidence and dampens your error signals. Online, you meet 1,000 clones of the same polished misremembering. Repetition breeds familiarity. Familiarity breeds belief, and belief becomes a setting. Your mind treats as background truth. That's how you can stand in the present and feel a chill of dissonance. I'm sure it used to be spelled differently. I'm sure that line had one more word. I'm sure that brand mark had a hyphen. Because you are comparing two complete, or worlds, the recorded one and the reconstructed, one you live in between recordings. You can feel your own wrong world in small, safe experiments. First, draw a common coin or banknote from memory. Every symbol, every word, which side the portrait faces, and then compare. Most people discover a confident fiction because they stored coyness and a face, not the exact placement of leaves. Second, sketch a simple map of your city centre with the angles streets meet. You'll likely tidy diagonals into right angles and pull landmarks closer to important routes. Your map is optimized for getting around, not surveying. Third, write the 10 brands you grew up seeing every day and jot their colors, hyphens, and letter shapes. Then check. Your head kept the palette and the curve, but not the clumsy kerning that graphic designers fight over. Fourth, try the penny test for culture. Write a famous quotation exactly, punctuation included. Odds are you quote the cultural echo, not the archival line. None of these slips mean you're careless. They reveal what memory values, carriers of meaning, shortcuts for prediction, and smooth patterns that compress space in your head. And there is a more subtle version, temporal smoothing. Ask a group to place events on a blank decade timeline. When a song hit, when a product launched, when a news event happened. You'll see clustering toward round years, bunching of related items, and drift toward the present for things still salient. Because memory's calendar is sculpted by narrative importance more than by calendars. Even geography bends. People pull countries they hear about closer to Europe or the US, stretch regions that feel far, and shrink the ocean they never have to cross. Because felt distance is a blend of attention, emotion, and frequency of mention. In each case, your brain assembles a workable world that helps you act, but leaves you occasionally remembering a different world than the one that left the evidence. This matters whenever precision has consequences, and the fixes are simple, humane, and surprisingly fun. If you need truth over tidiness, externalize it. Don't trust "I'll remember." Trust artifacts. photos, receipts, emails, version histories. When you share a fact, add a lightweight source tag from the museum plaque. Saw this in the minutes. Check the brand guidelines. Your future self will treat that tag as a ballast when a smoother story tries to drift you. For teams and classrooms, normalize calibration rituals, 5-minute fact checks at the end of meetings, side-by-side comparisons of drafts versus memory, one slide where a designer shows the original logo, and 3 common misremembered variants so the group's mental models snap to the same anchor. In families, treat photos as questions, not proofs. What do you remember around this? Invites multiple reconstructions. The overlaps are likely durable, the divergences educational rather than threatening. For your own learning, use distinctive encoding. When a detail truly matters, attach a weird cue, the date written on your hand in a color you never use, a mental image that violates expectations, because weirdness resists smoothing. When nostalgia hits hard, give it its due, enjoy the feeling, then run a gentle audit. 2 quick searches, 1 original source if possible. You'll either keep the memory with new gratitude or upgrade the file without shame. Online, fight repetition with diversity. Follow at least 1 account that posts primary sources for your favorite topics. Variety of originals inoculates against the viral clone. And whenever a debate devolves into "I remember it differently," switch frames. Compare artifacts, not certainties. You're both likely defending the world your brain's built to be useful. Artifacts reintroduce the stubborn, sometimes inconvenient, but clarifying world that left marks. The soft philosophy is generous. Sometimes you remember the wrong world because memory is a world builder, not a warehouse. It gives you continuity through messy years by smoothing corners, fills in gaps so you can tell a story that points forward, and aligns small facts with big patterns so life makes sense. That gift only becomes a problem when we mistake the built set for the original landscape, or when we shame ourselves and others for the ordinary ways minds keep moving. The art is to co-author with reality, let memory draft the scene, then invite evidence in for edits. Enjoy the unity a shared misremembering can bring, then use it as a moment to teach how stories grow. Design your work and home so that the few details that must be exact leave traces strong enough to survive the smoothing. Do this and the eerie sensation, wasn't it different? Turns from an existential shiver into a signal. Your internal cartographer did its job too well, and it's time to check the shoreline. Most days, that's how you keep the best of both worlds. The one your brain builds so you can live, and the one outside that keeps you honest. You might believe a glitch was a message. What if the tiny hiccups of the world, the light that flickers the moment you think of someone, the radio that cuts to your song after a fight, the number that keeps showing up on receipts and clocks, felt so precisely aimed that your body tagged them as for you, when in fact your brain, built to survive in a noisy universe, is designed to treat glitches as potential messages first and only later check whether they're just the random crackle of life. Start with the honest mechanics. Your perception isn't a camera. It's a prediction engine that would rather risk a few false alarms than miss a real signal. Because for most of human history, it was safer to jump at a rustle that was wind than to ignore a rustle that was a predator. That bias toward meaning, agency, pattern never left. Today, it runs quietly underneath your day, proposing stories for coincidences faster than you can reject them. When a bulb stutters as you think, "I should text my sister," your brain completes the loop. Thought, flicker, connection. When you notice 11:11 3 days in a row, you start checking your phone near that minute more often without realizing it, increasing both the sightings and your certainty that it follows me. When a song lines up with your mood, your attention dilates and stamps the overlap into memory, while the thousands of mismatches, times you were sad and the playlist shuffled nonsense, fade with barely a trace. Psychologists have names for the ingredients in this cocktail: patternicity, apophenia, intentionality bias, confirmation bias. But the point isn't to memorize labels, it's to see how each adds a drop. You're exquisitely tuned to find structure in noise. You default to assuming someone or something meant the structure. You remember the hits and drop the misses, and you adjust your sampling without noticing. checking clocks at 11, looking for license plates when you're already thinking of a name. Which makes the message feel persistent. Even the way randomness looks tricks you. Real random sequences cluster. Coin tosses generate streaks, stars clump in skies, numbers repeat on real receipts. And because your folk model of chance expects smooth alternation, natural clumping looks designed. Add emotion and the effect amplifies. Grief, longing, and fear sharpen your predictive lens toward meaning because you're trying to stitch continuity across a break. The first time your loved one's name appears after a funeral will sear like proof in a way the many days it doesn't will not. None of this means you're foolish. It means you're human, using a brain that learned the right lesson for most environments. Treat anomalies as possibly important until proven otherwise. You can feel this machinery, then steer it by running kinder experiments on your own pattern spotting. First, try the base rate flip. Pick a sign you don't care about, say 1037, and for a week, tally sightings as diligently as you would with your favorite number. Most people discover the world supplies plenty of coincidences for any target once attention is tuned, exposing how much the meaning came from the lens, not the clock. Second, pre-register a micro-hypothesis the way scientists do. Before a walk, write, if I see 3 red umbrellas in 20 minutes, I'll take that as a nudge to call X. Otherwise I won't. Then honor the stop rule. You'll learn 2 things at once. How often the world can produce your condition by chance, and how discipline around misses shrinks the tendency to backfill a new rule after the fact. Okay, 2 umbrellas and a red sign also count. Third, run the noise test with shuffled playlists or number generators. Ask a friend to slip one deliberately non-random sequence into a set of random ones and try to pick it out by feel. Noticing how hard it is to distinguish real chance from fake disorder will soften the conviction that your streak could only be intentional. Fourth, build a hit-miss ledger for any sign you're tempted to treat as instructional. Write down both the times you saw it and acted, and the times you saw it and did not act, or acted and nothing followed. Your feeling of guidance often vanishes when misses finally get a seat at the table. Fifth, do a generator check. For any glitch, ask, what's the simplest, most local cause? The light that flickers near 6 p.m. might track a building's HVAC cycle. The repeated number might be a common price point plus tax. The same stranger everywhere might be a commuter on your shifted schedule. Local causes don't drain moments of beauty. They right-size them, returning decision power to you. That said, dismissing all glitches as nothing is its own trap. Humans also thrive on meaning-making. Rituals and symbols can steady attention, mark transitions, and help you keep promises to yourself. The craft is to separate meaning from mandate. If 11:11 feels like a pause invitation, use it as a clocked cue. 4 slow breaths, a posture reset, a one-line check-in to someone you love. Keep the act nourishing but light, a habit harnessing attention without pretending the cosmos issued orders. If a sign encourages a choice with real stakes, money, health, relationships, insert evidence steps, gather base rates, consult one disinterested person, sleep once before acting. If a sign says don't go, design an even-if plan. Even if I delay today, I commit to revisit with fresh data on Friday at 10. You respect the feeling while preventing life from being steered by hunches alone. For creative work, treat anomalies as prompts rather than prophecies. The song that lands at the perfect moment can cue a page of writing. The odd phrase on a billboard can seed a brainstorm. The pattern becomes fuel, not a compass. And when the glitch arrives during grief, let it be what it is for a moment. A small kindness your predictive brain offered to bridge a chasm. You can say thank you, and still choose practical steps grounded in the world that pushes back. If you lead others, design spaces that reduce harmful misreadings without dulling wonder. Use redundant cues, shape plus color plus text, so a single odd beep doesn't impersonate a critical alarm. Avoid mystery states in interfaces. Clear progress bars, unambiguous confirmations, so people don't need to invent stories for what software is doing. In teams, normalize skeptical delight. Enjoy a lucky break, then ask the boring questions. How did this happen? Can we replicate it? What's our plan when luck isn't present? So good fortune becomes process instead of superstition. In safety contexts, replace "I had a bad feeling" as a sole criterion with checklists and cross-checks. Gut is a fast hypothesis generator, not a verdict. In relationships, remember two people can inhabit different coincidence climates. One primed for meaning, the other for mechanics. Instead of mocking or insisting, meet in the middle. Let's light a candle and look at the numbers. Here's the gentlest way to leave it. Glitches are going to happen because the world is lumpy and your attention is selective. Some will land at exactly the right second and feel like whispers addressed to you. Let them wake you up, soften you, make you notice, but don't hand them the wheel. Ask the three questions that anchor a good life amid coincidence. What's the base rate? What's the local cause? What action would still make sense tomorrow if this moment turns out to be ordinary? If your answer leaves room for beauty and demands evidence for decisions, you'll keep both. A mind that can be moved by a pattern in the noise, and a life steered by reality when the music stops. That balance is not cynical, it's respectful. To your brain's ancient protectiveness, to the comfort of meaning, and to a universe that doesn't need to send messages for you to make a message out of your minutes. The feeling of reality might be optional and can be turned off. What if the vivid realness of the world, the sense that this is happening to you, right here, right now, were not a fixed property of existence, but a feeling your brain adds on top, a kind of presence overlay that can dim, disappear, and come back depending on how attention, body signals, and context line up, so that reality's feel is optional even when reality's facts keep going. Start by noticing the quiet truth you can test in a minute. There are days when life feels gorgeously immediate. The air has weight, colors have depth, your name lands as yours, and others when the same street looks like a set. Voices arrive as if through glass. Your hands do tasks you watch more than live. The scene hasn't changed, the texture of being there has. That texture is built by a handful of systems that normally agree. Your senses deliver synchronized cues, sight, sound, touch and step. Your body sends grounded status, heartbeat, breath, balance, and your attention glues those into a single owned frame. This is my point of view. This is happening to me. Break the synchrony or drain the glue and the overlay fades. You can do it benignly in a lab by mismatching sight and touch until a rubber hand feels like yours, or by shifting sound delay until your voice feels borrowed. You can do it at home by staring too long at a word until it loses meaning, by sleep debt that blunts body cues, by panic that floods the body so thoroughly the mind defends itself with distance. Certain medicines and practices can push either way. Anesthetics and dissociatives can unhook meanness from sensations. Deep absorption, flow, prayer, skilled meditation can quiet the chatter that labels and evaluates until there's clear doing with less doer, sometimes more vivid, sometimes airy. None of this requires exotic explanations. The feeling of reality rides on coherence, signals that fit, ownership, signals tagged as mine, and precision, signals strong enough to beat guesses. When coherence slips, laggy video calls, fluorescent hum, a city night of reflections, your brain invests more effort in stitching. If effort outruns energy, it may stop adding the warm stamp of "this is solid," the way an underpowered phone drops image stabilization first. When ownership slips, because stress makes the body too loud or numb, your brain may mark experiences as near me instead of me, a protective step back that helps you function but makes moments feel thin. And when precision slips, because you're underslept, underfed, overcaffeinated, or locked in narrow focus, weak sensory evidence loses to prediction, and the world can look more like an idea than a presence. People encounter this in many ordinary places. On long drives at night when the road flattens into wallpaper. In airports after 12 hours of fluorescent sameness. Mid-anxiety when breath is short and time is odd. After grief when the house looks staged. During burnout when tasks run without a sense of author. It isn't moral failure or madness, it's a state. And states shift. You can learn the dials and turn them. The first dial is synchrony. Realign two senses and presence climbs. Put one palm on your chest and the other on your belly. Breathe so both hands move together for 60 seconds. You're coupling interoception, inside, to proprioception, position, and giving attention a stable beat. Walk and count 10 footfalls, matching them to 10 sights. Red door, streetlight, folded chair. Motion plus naming yokes vision to rhythm. Rinse your face with cool water or hold something chilled. Abrupt temperature engages trigeminal and vagus pathways that shout here to the brainstem. Chew a crisp apple. Sound, texture, and taste synchronize in a way screens can't. The second dial is ownership. Reclaim mine by deliberate small acts. Press thumb to index finger and roll a tiny object slowly, noting 3 textures. Write your name by hand and say it once. Hum and feel the skull buzz. Do 5 slow calf raises barefoot and name the muscles that wake. These reassert that the body is both instrument and anchor. If anxiety is flattening you, breathe longer out than in, e.g. in 4, out 6 to 8, for 3 minutes. Exhale dominant breathing nudges the nervous system towards settle, making I'm here easier to afford. If numbness is the issue, try micro-effort intervals. 1 minute of brisk stairs, 20 seconds of shaking out arms, a single wall push-up, any safe spike that increases signal without flooding. The third dial is precision. Turn up clean signal, turn down junk, reduce competing noise, close one tab, silence non-critical notifications, step to a window, raise contrast, warm a lamp, fewer reflections, a tidy desk zone, and widen the visual field for 30 seconds. Soft eyes that include room edges. Eat something with protein if it's been hours. Low blood sugar is a well-known thief of real. Sleep is the long dial. Guard it when possible. And on thin sleep, don't demand metaphysical certainty from a brain doing its best. For context you can't exit. Airports, hospitals, malls. Carry a presence kit. Mints or gum. Taste plus proprioception. A small textured token. A short playlist of non-lyrical tracks you know. Predictable rhythm restores coherence. And one question you ask out loud when the world goes flat. What are 3 things only I can do here in the next 5 minutes? Agency thickens presence because it produces fresh, owned feedback. If you're a designer or leader, build spaces that keep reality affordable. Favor honest materials, wood grain, fabric, plants, daylight, over endless glass and gloss. Micro-variation feeds precision better than sterile sameness. Use redundant cues for state changes, visible progress bars and haptic blips and clear text. The brain stamps this happened more quickly when signals converge. Let people finish actions with small confirmations, a physical latch click, a saved tick that appears and fades. So the mind doesn't have to invent closure. In schools and teams, respect that derealization and depersonalization are sometimes protective states. A 5-minute reset, walk, water, breath, light, is not indulgence, but maintenance of the presence overlay that makes learning and judgment possible. If you care for someone who reports things feel unreal, don't argue. Co-regulate, match breath, share a simple sensory task. Let's find 5 blue objects. Step outside, reduce demands, and postpone big decisions until the dial returns. There are red flags that deserve care. If the off feeling is frequent, long, or worsening, if it comes with new confusion, severe mood swings, sudden vision changes, or after a head injury, if it's driven by a substance pattern that's getting risky, get evaluated. Often the path back runs through very ordinary repairs. Sleep debt repaid, panic treated, meds adjusted, light and routine restored, grief supported. Most of the time, though, the message is simpler and kinder. Presence is a skill your nervous system practices under load, and like any skill, it falters in some conditions and recovers in others. Learn your levers: synchrony, couple senses, ownership, claim body, precision, clean signal. Treat the overlay not as a mystical switch you're cursed or blessed with, but as a craft you can tend. Then the next time reality thins, after the long night shift, the hospital waiting room, the 10th airport gate, you'll know what to do. Find one breath, one beat, one texture. Let the world back in from the edges, and feel the stamp of here return. Not because reality changed, but because you invited the feeling that makes it live.